Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
They were trying to spin it a little bit, but she was had her Miss Maine competition this weekend, and Bill Belichick was front row.
Did she get first place?
Nope, she got third. So she entered Miss Maine. I think this is the second or third time she's been in it.
She was second place last year. Now she's third, and I gotta imagine that she's going to be taking that out on Bill Belichick.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
is the Bubba the Love Sponge show live from Tampa, Florida. I am Bubba the Love Sponge, your host. Been doing content and syndicated in local and regional terrestrial radio for 40 years. We've really started trying to dial in the digital aspect in 17. Which, God, 17 was what? 8 years? 8 years ago?
Wow.
Jesus. To my executive producer is Lummy. He's the guy who looks like Brutus from Popeye up there. He's admittedly likes to drink a little bit.
Yes.
And he probably has, I don't know, probably 2 or 3 cocktails in. You're probably, all in, you're probably 2 or 3 cocktails deep already.
Yeah, most likely.
You know, I know you got that Gatorade
6.
bottle, and what do? You got a Gatorade bottle, you pour out like a quarter of it, and then you just keep throwing nips on top of that?
Yeah.
Is that how you do it?
Yeah, make sure you're always tasting the vodka a little bit.
Why is his identity a guy that has a couple of drinks? Why is it not a slumlord and an EP and an incredible father and all those other things Lummy has to do when he leaves here?
Well, see, that's your job, is to steer me in a better direction that potentially I might be going, and that's Seth Kushner, my co-host right there, who will make sure he's kind of the house mom too. Like if I
just got out of jail for those of you that are new to the show.
He just got out of jail, armed robbery.
Yep.
But
Wow.
they found out it was a squirt gun, and they let him go.
And I volunteered to be violated in the jail.
He did.
Yes.
He exactly.
Cavity searches?
Yeah.
Like, do it again, check deeper.
Oh, between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. every day. Come on in, boys.
And then
Wear your pants low?
Then we got.
I tried to not
he
wear
had no
any.
pants. He had no pants at all on. He actually, on his jumpsuit, had a big hole cut in it. And then down, the guy that's actually dressed the nicest, like he might be a professional and have a real job, is in your lower quadrant. His name's Dr. Dan Diaco. He's here Monday and Tuesdays along with his brother Jay. His brother Jay is a lawyer. He slides in about 8:30. Dan and him have a cross section about 8:30 to 9. Then Dan goes and lives in Dan's world, which consists of plastic surgery, and he's a lawyer as well. Man, Dan, that is pretty rare, isn't it? Is it? I mean,
There's not a lot of them. There's some.
like how many would you say are in the state of Florida? 10?
50, maybe.
That are lawyers and doctors.
Maybe.
Now,
Probably, you know what? Probably
what-
30.
Now, is there another pimpalicious level after that? Like, what else could you add on that would, take that 50 down to 10? Like,
Coach?
Well, no, not. I mean,
Male porno star?
Well, I mean,
General?
no, but like as far as profession or education.
Most of the doctors that become lawyers don't practice both. And so I practice both, and that's sort of a rarity.
All right, so how about like, do you have your PhD?
No.
So would that be something that would be, added on? Like,
Well, I mean, that would be like if you had a fillet, but you wrapped it in bacon. It's nice, but it's not quite as...
Yeah, but it's pretty damn good. I gotta be honest
It's
with you.
good. It's tasty, but I mean, it's
Not
bacon. It's not
necessary,
fillet.
right.
Yeah.
If the fillet is good enough, the bacon shouldn't matter.
Right.
So anyway, Dr. Dan, amongst all of his vehicles that he has a cyber truck that looks just like the one in the picture. Seth found this. I guess she's a social media influencer, and she's pretty hot. I don't know.
Yeah, Ruby Rose. She's been around for a while.
Oh, this is Ruby Rose?
Oh, we've heard of her.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She's the subject of a lot of men's desires.
Yes, and she has a picture of her, and it's you can
Can you click on that, Bubba? Can you click on the pic and make it bigger at all? Or is it,
see, I'm kind of
it's maxed out, Willie?
I'm maxed out, Willie, on this
Okay.
deal. Hopefully, Macho will show it here momentarily. This is Ruby Rose.
That was at 33 million views yesterday when I sent it to you, and then this morning it was at 66 million
Are
views.
you kidding me?
No.
It's just because of her position?
People have said it's they said horniness aside, it's very aesthetically pleasing.
It's very.
I don't know. I'm looking for. It's like one of those paintings where the things are supposed to move, but you can't see it. That's what I'm looking at here. I'm trying
Like
to
her
figure.
ass is twerking, but you can't really tell?
Yeah, but here's the deal. Like, you can't really see anything besides an exposed back.
Right.
But she has a beautiful back.
Right, a lot of muscles.
Right. Her ass, from what you can see, the way her back ties into her ass is just money. And, I'm assuming that this little black thing that goes around her neck then obviously is a kind of maybe like a halter top type deal.
Probably the front of the dress.
But it's almost sexier not to be able to see it than to see it. And then that in conjunction with, a polarizing hot thing in our pop culture right now, which is a Cybertruck. I don't know. I think it's brilliantly shot. And you said again, Seth, you sent it to me last night and it had 33 million. And overnight, it got another 31 million views last night.
Yeah, and she was asking somebody to help her edit out the Tesla truck from the picture.
So the Tesla truck wasn't. Like they weren't trying to make the Tesla truck part of the pic?
Look, when people are taking photos in parking garages, which seems to be a very popular spot, I don't know if they're looking for a backdrop or if they're looking for good lighting, and that was just the spot. But I did see your tweet, and she goes, "Somebody help me get the Cybertruck out. I refuse to use Grok for it."
Yeah, but here's the deal. Like, if she had like a Ford Fiesta behind her or, some stupid rusted out, I'm just saying, if she had but I thought that the Cybertruck was part of the gimmick.
I think it's a nice contrast because she's curvy and the Cybertruck has sharp angles. So I thought, like you said, it was purposeful. It was centered in front of it.
Well, and also it's pop culturally a thing right now. People are talking about Cybertrucks. So you get both fans. You get fans of hot bitches, and chances are fans of hot bitches are also listen, you ever notice that with regards to the Cybertruck, you either like it or you hate it?
It's really one or the other. It was the most bizarre car I've ever owned because people come out of the woodwork to say that they like it or hate it. Strangers walk up to you and tell you they love it or they hate it.
Right. I mean,
never happened to me before.
Dan has had Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Porsches. What was the one that gave you a McLaren? Aston Martin, Jaguars. I mean, he's had everything. Corvette. He's had. I don't think you've ever owned a Corvette, have you?
I owned a Corvette in 1990.
Don't tell me you were officially at one time Corvette guy.
No, it was.
Was it a flip?
It was a flip.
I sent you a video of her. Seth, I think it was Ms. Khalifa. Is that was trying to edit out the Tesla truck?
Oh,
because it looks like
yeah.
Ruby Rose owns this truck.
Oh, okay.
So she wanted the truck there. It's part of the picture.
Sorry, I was snooping around last night. That's right. It was
So
Mia
the video
Khalifa.
Is
this her?
Yeah.
Ew.
Oh.
Hold on here. This is her. This now is
not quite as good a picture.
Yeah. Now wait. Now Dan, it gets worse too.
Oh, really?
Watch. It gets worse.
That's not bad.
Okay.
I love it. And baby.
All right. Well, that ain't.
She's thicklicious.
That ain't this.
No, that's brilliant.
This is brilliant and leads a lot to your imagination. Mm-hmm. And then here she's just giving it all to you, and it just doesn't work as well, in my opinion. So I'm getting rid of that. That's
a pretty picture.
Now, Dan, I know if that picture doesn't make you hard, you being a fellow Cybertruck, you owning a Cybertruck. I wanted to show you this picture, and I guess there's a company that makes Cybertrucks into dualies.
The six-wheelers.
Yeah, six-wheelers. Now...
It says it's the apocalypse on the back.
Yeah. Dan, how badass is that?
It would be badass, but, I mean, it would slow it down, be hard to turn.
It would slow it down. Yeah. It would harder to turn. It would be just kind of...
Is this for climbing mountains and surviving an apocalypse?
No, I don't know, because you see these sometimes, these six-wheel cars, and they're super expensive. They're all like $250,000 plus.
You know what these things are called? Look at me's. They're not really practical.
They gotta be something, Bubba. It's gotta be.
It would have more. If you had a trailer and the tongue was heavy, it would probably help with that. If you had more tongue weight to support.
As you can see, Dan, he has a really elaborate, trailer hitch, an adjustable trailer hitch. So maybe that is, his reasoning in adding the extra axle is because he does tow, like maybe a big, huge, like a 40-foot, sea ray, open fish, or so some of those boat trailers get their triple axle. Like when Fabrizi used to get a brand new boat,
maybe sometimes triple axles. You're right, absolutely.
And heavy and huge, and but would that really eat your battery up?
Oh, definitely. I'm not sure if the other set of wheels is actually controlled by the battery.
It might just be
dummy wheels.
They might just be drag-alongs.
Yeah, and the other thing is that that car turns because the back wheels turn as well.
Yeah, so that
so if you have to destroy that feature, it'd be really hard to move that thing around.
Or if they turn, you're going to be scrubbing the other tires that don't turn,
right?
Wearing them out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Feathering them as the other axle's turning, and they're just.
So I sent you the truck. I'm not sure it's a Tesla truck. It looks like it's a brand called Apocalypse.
Oh,
it's based on a Tesla truck.
Yeah, but they're probably taking Teslas as the base. They're starting with a Tesla.
Okay.
Well, maybe they're not. No, hold on. Maybe they're not. This kind of looks like a Jeep. Well, hold on. Hold on. I think they got all different. Like this is a Ford Raptor.
Yeah. But that picture that you originally showed from the guy on Facebook, that doesn't look anything like a Tesla. And I'm no automobile gearhead at all, but it looks like a completely different car.
Yeah, like this here. So this is the Hellfire.
Yeah,
which is a Dodge product. Which, Dan, aren't those like the fastest, the Hellfire trucks?
I think they have like 700 horsepower or something like that.
Here's a Nirvana.
Are they ugly? Can we just be honest here? I mean,
that's like a Rivian.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now this is a Jeep. See,
so it looks like they're taking trucks and making them.
I can't believe those don't have ducks on them.
Yeah, but see, they're also doing like ostrich,
really high-end interiors.
Yeah, I mean,
gorgeous.
I'd rather take if these are probably a couple $100,000. Here's a Raptor. Now the original Raptors are pretty good. Oh, I got to be honest with you, that's pretty badass.
That's good. I like that car.
I got to be honest with you. That.
So how much is that?
I don't know. I don't know if they put. I don't know if they put. I don't know how much they put a price on it, but
Ford Raptors are nice.
That so far out of the Dan, Lummy, I think that it's Apocalypse is a company that customizes all types of different trucks.
They do, according to Groupalips, who's a big Jeep guy. He says they do a lot of Jeeps, but they do different types of vehicles.
Super truck. Is this a Ford or is this a? I don't know what that is. That thing's pretty badass too. I think. I don't know. I could see Dan in one of these.
Really?
I could see you in that.
I could see you in that more than me.
Yeah, I take it to the track and ruin it. Absolutely ruin it. So Seth, you're saying
Chub It Up Spice, $10.
Thank you, Chub It Up Spice. By the way, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Also, Bubba Army Tips. Or is it BubbaArmyTips.com, Lummy?
Yes, sir.
BubbaArmyTips.com. I yesterday forgot to pay respects to Sabu, the famous ECW wrestler who had a brief stint in WWE. And I don't know if he put ECW on the map, but he was considered one of the pioneers of super hardcore wrestling. And he died at the age of 60 yesterday or 2 days ago. And I actually at one time tag teamed with Sabu against Bill Alfonso. Well, actually, it was me versus Bill Alfonso, and Sabu was in my corner. And that's pretty awesome. We actually found some old. This is from January 27th, 2000. This is 25 years ago, and this is where. And Sabu was such a worker because I was the main. It was me versus Bill Alfonso with Sabu in my corner, and Sabu let me walk ahead. That's kind of like how you do it. He was just such a gentleman and really just really, really a good dude. So rest in peace, Sabu. Here's some small excerpts. This is me walking out. With the blonde tips.
You're a handsome little guy there.
Thank you. So anyway, it's just
Yo, who's this twink you're wrestling? Is that another radio guy?
No, that's he was a famous manager.
Oh, okay.
He was like a Jimmy Hart of the ECW. He managed a bunch of people.
What a match.
He's still in wrestling.
Yeah, I think he's still in wrestling. No, hold on.
Was Sabu calling the match?
I wish I could have showed this. I wish I would have showed the kick. I missed it. Damn it.
So he didn't really pull back on his kick.
Oh, I wish I could see the kick. Oh, here we go. Now he's already split open. So once a guy's got juice, then you want to hit the juice so to spread the cut.
Oh.
And you get really big juice that way. So
Jeez, man. You're really hitting him.
Oh, I'm hitting him, yeah. So anyway,
See the kick though.
oh yeah, here we go.
How long does it take to put those boots on?
Oh my God! By the way, I still have them. It takes a while, man.
You know what? Some guys just wrestle in like regular shoes now when I'm working because they don't want to put the boots on.
Yeah,
Looks like it would take about an hour.
When I first got into the business, it was like, man, it's a place in Arkansas too, and the boys were like, if you're gonna work in the business, you got to have wrestling boots. Look at it. So I had the standard, Bubba patent leather. They were like $600.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Jesus.
Oh, wow.
And they got wedges in the heels to make me taller. Now watch this bump. So we're in the back and we're talking about the high spots we're gonna do, and Sabu goes, "We're gonna put a table out there." And I go, "Oh, I've never done a table before." And he goes, "You're not gonna do one tonight either." And I go, "Sabu," he goes, "Brother, I'm just telling you." He wasn't Hogan. He didn't say brother. He just said, "I'm just telling you, buddy. That could go wrong real fast. Let me do the table." I'm like, okay, because I really wanted to do the table. But you could see that Sabu's far more nimble. And when he does the table, when you do the table, man, you got to do it from the top rope. And I'm not top rope material. I'm second rope material. That's all I am. Oh, yeah. Look how stiff that is.
7:45 is when you kicked him.
7:45.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you guys should see this.
Yeah, this kick was.
So hold on. Usually,
poor guy.
when you get a guy like this, you kick, but you hold it back a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And you try to kick more like your shin, use your shin, and not like your ankle or your toes, and you bring it back. But I mean, I feel really bad. In fact, Daniel Rose knows Alfonso, and you spoke to Bill Alfonso, and he was like, man, Bubba just absolutely sputted the hell out of me that night. I mean, he just was.
He said you brought it. You weren't holding back on much.
Well, it was such a small venue that you got to bring it or it looks fake. Watch this. This is bad. Like this, the guy has every
60-yard field goal.
The guy has every right to be mad at me. Watch this. I really hit him hard. And if you can tell, I hit this guy hard.
Where exactly did you kick him?
Right in the ribs.
It's okay. It wasn't the ribs. It wasn't the head.
Watch.
Oh.
You can actually see his body kind of move.
Yeah.
Watch. Not just body. Yeah, so anyway, R.I.P. To Bill Alfonso. I'm sorry. R.I.P. to Sabu.
But when Bill Alfonso does pass, we can play that. And when you pass, we can play that. That's going to be a real versatile piece of content.
Yeah, I think that Gary Cantrell might be working on it as we speak.
Yes, in memoriam.
Yeah, exactly. Alice in Chains has canceled their tour after receiving unfortunate medical news. The band announced their decision to call off their highly anticipated upcoming tour. Is Alice in Chains still a thing? Like,
I mean,
they only had 3 hits.
Rooster.
Rooster. Wood.
They've been. They never stopped. Once. Didn't Cantrell take over?
Do any of them ever stop? They just end up on cruise ships.
Yeah, what, Jerry Cantrell?
Beastie Boys stopped.
Well, one died. One of the Beastie Boys died.
Right,
Yeah,
I know.
but until someone dies, even the Grateful Dead still touring without Jerry Garcia.
Well, even when one's, for instance, Journey.
Yeah.
Stephen Perry was like, I can't sing anymore, my voice, and so they found some Filipino ladyboy to go in there and
who's perfect, by the way. It's exactly the same sound.
Yeah, I know. And if I'm Stephen Perry, I'm like, man, I want to be like every major lead singer, wants to think that they're irreplaceable.
Right.
From every major rock band.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and Jody had a very distinctive voice.
Oh, yes. Stephen Perry had a
very distinctive.
You didn't think there'd be anybody that could ever replicate that. It'd be like, man, you can bring some Filipino dude in here. This guy's gonna suck. And then he sounds better than Stephen Perry.
Yeah, it's certainly better than he did towards the end. And even Queen, they used, was it Adam Lampert?
Yeah. He was all right.
He's good. No, that guy can sing his ass off.
They made a ton of money that tour because that's right when the movie came out.
Right.
That was
right.
Woo.
So Allison, I don't know that they ever stop, Dan. The venues get smaller and probably the money gets,
Yeah, they're playing for, 10 a night instead of, 2 million a night. But,
I don't think they're ever a 2 million band. I think they might have been a $65,000 to $75,000 a night band at best.
You never went past that?
No, probably not.
Who Alice in Chains?
Yeah. You think they might have been $100,000 a night band?
Not. That was a lot back in the day. Maybe the headline a radio show. I don't know.
Back in the day when we did Livestock, was it 14 years of Livestock? I think the most we ever paid, but we always got them because we could guarantee them 2 dates. They do Friday in Orlando and Saturday in Tampa, or vice versa. Because WJRR, which was another Clear Channel station, they had their Earth Day birthday on the same weekend that we did our Livestock. So when we would book Motley Crue would play Friday night in Orlando and Saturday night in Tampa with hardly any travel. So I think the most we ever paid might have been Motley Crue, and I think that we paid them at that time $300.
That's a lot.
This would have been like in 2001. Now bands are getting, I think bands are getting $1 million to walk in.
Yeah, some of them are, absolutely.
What do you think AC/DC and Metallica are getting for their stadium? Their stadium
they're probably
shows?
Metallica's probably getting $2 million plus, right, for a night.
You
would think.
Hold on, plus,
plus venue, plus merch.
They're getting all their merch. And, a lot of them will get beer sales, a percentage of a lot of them will get a lot of that kind of stuff.
They're not counting cups like Gene Simmons. But
Gene Simmons, right.
Hey, so the only band that really, I think, took a dump when they tried to replace their singer was Linkin Park's The Replacement.
With the
she
girl?
Sucks.
Yeah.
She absolutely sucks. It completely changes the whole vibe of the group, and she cannot sing crawling. She can't. She should go home.
Who in Alice in Chains is sick?
I think he died, didn't he?
Oh, he died. Former Alice in Chains.
You mean Lane Staley?
No, it said former Alice in Chains bassist Mike Starr dead at 44.
Yeah, bassist's going to be replaced.
Here's the deal, man.
It's Bubba. It says something in the article about a long-term prognosis that's positive.
After careful consideration and following the advice of medical professors,
Sean Kinney's?
The statement didn't specify Kinney's exact diagnosis. Sean. He's drummer. Man, you can replace a drummer and a bassist.
Yeah, those are
Those are the two
important ones.
Yeah. I mean, literally, you could go down to Ybor this weekend, find a couple bands, find the best drummer. Alice in Chains, you're just lazy. Like, I wouldn't be canceling over, okay, your bassist died. I mean, bassists, they play 4 chords. Do, 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 do. I mean, please. And then a drummer, give him 4 or 5 weeks to learn your catalog. And
I mean, it's not like he's Neil Peart, I mean, it's not that good of a drummer. It's just a drummer.
I actually have an Alice in Chains guitar.
Do you?
Yeah, I actually have an Alice in
It's
Chains
worth
guitar.
money now.
I don't know if it's worth anything. I mean, I don't think it's worth anything. Probably the greatest lead singer change, or they lost their lead singer and a new guy had to come in and nobody could, you didn't know how well they were going to do, or you didn't know if the band was going to be able to make it. There's been a lot of probably, bands that have lost their lead singer. Just like Linkin Park.
Right.
Like they'll never, the girl they tried to bring in there, people were saying she's doing but you're never going to be able to replace Chester. You're just not.
Well, that's not her fault.
No, it's not.
No, I'm not mad at her. I'm mad at the other guys for picking her.
But here's the deal. There's probably a lot of bands that, have lost their lead singer and they can't really go on. But how about this? So Bon Scott and AC/DC. So Bon Scott and AC/DC, they got the high voltage, the highway to hell, the dirty deeds. They're really starting to, with Bon Scott, really, really establish themselves as a really good rock band and Bon Scott had such a distinctive sound. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Dirty deeds. He just, they were just, AC/DC they're well on their way to being a mega band with Bon Scott. Bon Scott dies on his own. Dan, what's it called when you get so drunk and that you puke and then
you aspirate your vomit. You aspirate it. You breathe it in and you choke on it and it knocks out your lungs.
Yeah, so Bon Scott dies. AC/DC's like, oh my God, we need a new singer, and the guy that replaces him, and the first album that Brian Johnson replaces him, they don't know how it's going to work out, and their first album as a group with Brian Johnson is Back in Black, probably one of the greatest, arguably one of the top 5 greatest rock albums of all time. And he I think wrote most of it. So that's probably the biggest.
You're saying it's saying it worked out that he.
That's probably the big. Probably the biggest. We lost our lead guy. Are we gonna be able to be okay? And it would end up being not more than okay.
But what about Black Sabbath with Ronnie Dio, and he was replaced by obviously
Ozzy.
That was a huge one.
Yeah. Yeah,
and Dio was a real. He was a big shot.
What about the makeup of the Red Hot Chili Peppers with having Hillel die from heroin, and then they brought in John Frusciante, which I don't know. Maybe we're getting too deep here on music, but I thought he really put a signature on the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Yeah, but I still think we're
it's all Flea and the other guy.
I mean, I think we're a cog down from like the AC/DCs.
And that's a bassist that would be difficult to replace. Flea from Chili Peppers.
Les Claypool.
When you're a bassist and you got like a gimmick or a personality, there are a handful of bassists like Gene Simmons. He would be. He's part of Kiss that you could. He's probably the one member of Kiss that you can't replace. Zero chance.
And also, Paul McCartney played bass.
I didn't know Paul McCartney played anything.
Yeah, he did. And then the Rush, the lead singer for Rush, plays bass.
Getty?
Yeah, Geddy Lee.
Hi, who's this? You're on the air. By the way, if you'd like to call and be on the air, it's 813-90 Bubba. 813-90 Bubba. Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Been listening forever. Love you guys. How about Van Halen replacing David Lee Roth?
Yeah,
Sammy Hagar. Yeah.
I still.
That's a big one.
To me,
you guys have a great day.
All right, buddy. To me, that's a push. Sammy did.
And we argued about this, and you were right. Like objectively, it was a push. They both had really big success with that band.
Yeah. but I still think that David Lee Roth was better.
Oh yeah.
Now Sammy Hagar,
he was
Sammy
good.
Hagar was a better solo artist.
Who's a better radio host?
Me or who?
No, Sammy Hagar.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
I guess that they weren't able to get in yesterday. Felix sent me a message, so they're going to try again today.
Oh,
what? It looks like it was, yeah, UPS. Did they have trouble getting in?
Yeah. Let me see if they left like a little note too, though.
Okay.
Crack Chris. Beach Smell Detective. Good morning.
Everybody,
Duke.
Snook Slayer, I got my eye on you. I hope you got that message I sent today via Smoke Storm.
Duke. Inzer. Trying to let him know.
That's awesome, Tal Guru, unless I said that already.
What's up, TNG?
My new show at Janice is good.
Rick Nadro. You just gotta be a dick. It's fine. After you. Shakula.
Did you get it, Snook? Did you get my message?
Oh, God.
I think you did. So listen, all our new Rumblers will be gone. We have 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. This is when we break for the terrestrial affiliates for 5 minutes and 20 seconds while they're playing their commercials. But we stay live with you guys. It's where we can cuss, like we can say like fuck and stuff like that. And so kind of a behind the scenes kind of deal. We try to chat with y'all a little bit. And oh my God, this whole fucking P. Diddy deal is just
He's so dead. He's done. But, they're going to overtry it, and he's going to have a case for an appeal. That's the problem. They're going to overdo it because they're dumbasses.
They're going to fucking Casey Anthony. They're going to Casey Anthony it, right?
No, they're going to do like they did with Epstein and with the Cosby, where they bring in witnesses that are prejudicial and unnecessary. And that's going to be the judicial fault. Cook, Dirt Merchant, fuck you. CC Hall, good morning. Todd Guru, eat more. FJ Bar. What's up, Yankee Jim? Xerxes. Jeff Fearson, good morning. What up? Davey Rocks. Fuck you. Stacy G, Danny G. Tease, what's up? Magna DUI, 305 Express.
Grouper Lips.
Cook. Mr. 7-Eleven. Adam's World. Martin Hutchison.
Minute 51.
They need to find a new job.
They do. You're right.
Thank you.
DEI hire.
Oh. Let me getting political on me. Oh, fuck yeah.
Those two.
This conversation reminds me of the 97X days.
What do you mean?
Just sitting around talking about like who's better, Les Claypool or Flea. Just fucking, some music talk.
Yeah, that's good though.
No, I know.
Because we're getting ready to talk about Donald Trump's hot 18-year-old granddaughter.
Oh, that's a turn.
Almost 1,000 on YouTube. Give me let me see how many thumbs up do I got over here. Got nice ratio, 343. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. Front page, let me big box. Front page, big box.
Working. Thank you.
5 million views.
What's that?
5 million views on Rumble.
5 million views on Rumble.
Rumble, rumble, rumble.
That's what see Metallica. Was it in June they come?
Yeah.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
After today's show, which ends at 10 o'clock, 10 a.m., about 10:30, 10:40, Clem and Kush, which is me and Seth Kushner, doing a podcast that can also be seen visually if you're a member of our YouTube channel. It's called Clem Kush. And then later today, it'll be posted up wherever you get your podcasting, whether it's Spotify, whether it's Apple, whether it's iHeart. It doesn't matter. It'll be posted later today. And sometimes Seth will give you a twofer, and he'll throw that Operation Pigmentation in there as well today, or he'll hold it back for tomorrow, or he'll hold it back for whenever he wants to hold it back.
I mean, I got a loner and stoner on my hands. Who knows what's going to happen today?
Lummy, it says Alex Jones is trending. Can you look into that?
Yes.
What the hell's he into? By the way, for those scoring at home, it's no longer creepy to fret over Donald Trump's granddaughter, Kai Trump, because she's now officially 18. So, I think she's on a golf scholarship for the University of Miami, and she's 18 years. Happy birthday to Kai Trump. And I guess it would maybe be creepy to say that she's hot, and I'd love to see her jugs. But
it's only a 40-year age difference.
I don't think it really matters about the age difference. Just as long as she's an adult, doesn't matter who says what about her.
Is she trying to date Bill Belichick now?
No, who's the head coach in Miami?
Mario Cristobal.
Maybe she's gonna go for Mario. Maybe she's gonna go for Mario Cristobal.
The skinny guy.
I'm just saying, head coach of the football team.
Right.
That makes the same correlation.
She's probably going to be a pro golfer. Her stepdad's Tiger Woods right now. So
that's right. Her mother, who was hooked, was it Donald Jr.?
Oh, I don't know how the whole family tree's working, but
I think it's Donald Jr.
So Donald Jr. Donald Jr. Was with her. Who's her mother? The chick that Tiger,
the lady with Tiger Woods.
Literally, Kai Trump's mom.
We'll find out.
Kai Trump was conceived by Donald Trump's Jr.
and Vanessa Hayden,
and her mom's Vanessa Hayden.
Yes,
her dad's Donald Trump Jr. Her grandpa is the president of the United States, and her mom is named what?
Vanessa Hayden.
Can you send me a picture of her?
Yes.
Is she pretty sporty?
Yeah, she's all right.
I think so. She was, married to a billionaire or had sex or had a child with him.
I got a picture to send over.
Hold on. She had sex with and had a child with is Donald Trump Jr. a billionaire?
Well, his family is.
And now she's with Tiger Woods, and he's arguably not poor, right?
No, he's not poor. He's one of the wealthiest golfers of all time.
I think he is. That's even after giving away half of it away to that Element, whatever the hell her name was.
Yeah, no, the Waffle House.
So
ladies.
is this her right here?
Yes.
Oh, the mom's beautiful.
Oh, is that it? Now is that?
That's the mom, right?
That's 7 years ago.
She's still stunning. She's still stunning.
Let's see.
Not as much.
What do you think happened to her, Bubba? When you say it was 7 years ago,
well, okay.
We all age a little bit.
There's 4 years ago. I like her better as a brunette. I like her better as any pictures, Lummy, with her and Tiger.
Yeah, let me find some. I was looking up the Kai Trump. She did some kind of viral dance.
And by the way, Tiger Woods, who I've actually had long conversations with, is a really nice, interesting guy.
Really?
Yeah.
You had conversations with him?
He used to be on the sidelines for some of the Buccaneers games because he was friends with Gruden. And so, the first 2 times I left him alone. The third time I'm like, there's no way I'm leaving this guy alone this time.
Just go talk to him.
I just started talking to him, and we talked off and on the entire game. And he had so many fun things to say. He was an interesting guy. Really sweet. He's not huge either. He's 5'11", buck 70.
A picture of them too, of Tiger and her.
He's Tiger.
I just saw one at the bottom.
And Vanessa, I'm trying to find
I sent you a picture of Kai Trump and her friends that a lot of people were getting creepy over when she posted the picture.
Yeah.
Oh, is that her nowadays?
Yes.
Boy, he looks like Ice-T.
Donald. First of all, Tiger ain't aging very good at all.
No.
But she looks great.
Yeah.
Tiger, man, he needs to come see your hair replacement gimmick, Dan.
That and God, his eyes are all puffy.
Yeah.
He's on steroids. Looks like Jerry Lewis.
But he can still kick your ass, probably.
There's no way he'd outfight me. I tell you what, though, it was funny.
What do you mean there's no way?
Tiger, I'll whoop his ass.
Okay, wow.
Listen, I know how big he is.
He's a world-class
athlete.
athlete.
He pulls out a golf club, you may have a shot. But if we're just me on him fighting, he's going down, Bob.
Let me. Is this I'm sorry, Seth. Is this a picture of?
Yeah, she posted this, and they're saying people are getting kind of creepy over it.
Well, I mean, as long as they're over 18, you can creep right along, right?
Well, I sent you the video along with it. There's a video too.
Is it like a TikTok deal?
Yeah, but but it's nothing crazy. But people said
it's too racy.
No, I mean it's college girls.
It's good that the next generation knows Timbaland.
Well, not only that, but I mean, thank you, Seth, for the non creepy spin on it.
Yeah, no,
that was very non creepy.
You're the only one that really had something that was not creepy to say.
It's still a little creepy.
But I'm just saying. I mean, we probably, before we should creep on these, we probably should ensure that they're all over 18. But that's not kind of on us; it's on them.
That's right.
So I mean, if you're gonna put this out for public consumption, we should be able to creep on it. Is this Kai right here?
Yeah.
This is Kai. This is Donald Trump's granddaughter who just turned 18 today.
So how old is this video?
I think this girl's the cutest of all.
Right
there.
How old's the video?
I think it just got uploaded on her was it her birthday? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. So she's not 17 in the video. She's 18 in the video. You're not creeping on a 17-year-old still. Okay, just want to make sure.
This is new. I think this chick here's the hottest.
Yeah.
I think that girl's maybe the least attractive. That's why she's in the back. They told her, stay in the back.
Poor girl.
Oh, I'm getting probably because I got 9,000 windows open. Okay. Well, it was good the first time.
Are they saying it's a little weird, Lummy, because the song they were playing was Promiscuous Girl?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I'd be pissed.
Nailed it.
And here's the deal, man. What if you're the dude at Miami that's blasting Kai and Grandpa finds out about it?
Well, does she have Secret Service protection?
Yeah, no one's blasting her.
Oh, you know what? I bet you she does.
She probably has a single person, 1 or 2 people just assigned to her.
I'm sure
I would think because she's popular, and she'd be a soft target, Otherwise,
yeah. I mean, yeah. I think that she probably has Secret Service detail. I've been trying to get to this story for the longest time, and those Amish are. I grew up in Warsaw, Indiana, and we had this big contingency of Amish people.
Really? There?
Oh my God!
In Indiana? Because I know about Pennsylvania. There's tons of them.
Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Indiana. Now,
I didn't know there was multiple states.
Indiana would rank 3rd amongst those 3 states, but Indiana has a very large contingency, mostly in the Napanee area. And they're in Indiana, man, they stick to themselves. They're hard workers. And here's the thing, Dan, you never wanted to, when you played football against them, they were studs.
Wait, they played football?
Yeah, well, yes.
Wow.
They
play sports.
And wrestling. Like a real common name up there is Yoder. Yoder. Yoder is if you run into a Yoder, chances are they have Amish roots. But here's some of the things, like they stick together, they horse and buggy everywhere, they build each other's houses. So Dan, like if you can't marry outside the religion, you have to date within the religion. But like, let's say you and this Amish girl, and by the way, I think you get married like at 16. I think you get married and have sex on your marriage night.
Oh, they consummate.
Yeah, and then now here's the deal. Then I've been told, I've never seen it, but rumor has it, because we were only 18 or 19 miles away, so we used to go up there and
throw rocks at them?
Well, no, we used to go up there because these Amish girls that would want to try to break away from the flock, they would sometimes sneak out. And they really wanted,
So you're looking for rebellious Amish girls that just happened to sneak out that day?
Yeah, and we go up
what a fantasy.
We go up to Goshen, and they would, take off they had to have like black dresses with these little white bonnets kind of things on. Well, they would, tell their mom and dad that they had to walk everywhere because usually the family only had one horse and buggy, and the dad drove it. And so the kids just had to walk they had bikes. They would ride their bikes. So these girls, these 16, 15, 16, 17-year-old girls, this is when I was in high school now. Wasn't, last summer when I went up and visited. But when I was in high school, we would all go up there, me and Larry and Jim Tapp and Chad Hopkins and stuff, and we'd go up to Goshen to see if we could get some Amish bitches that were trying to defrock.
How'd that go?
Oh, if you could get one.
Really?
Do you know anyone that actually did, though? I mean, is this folklore?
No. But they would make out. They would attempt oral. They'd handies for days, but no
zero chance of sex.
No sex.
Zero.
Because here is when they married and got married to a fellow Amish guy, and they had sex on their honeymoon night. They took the sheets from her losing. What's that called? What's the is that called your hymen?
Hymen, yes.
Okay, I want to be medical.
Break the hymen.
When she broke her hymen, when her hymen got broken on her honeymoon night, they then put the sheets on the clothesline to show the entire Amish community that they had consummated their marriage. And so you would see bloody sheets on freshly, newly wedded Amish people. And then Dan, when you were getting married, during the courtship, they would pick one weekend and 200 Amish guys, granddaddy, grandpas, dads, anybody over 16 that could work, 200 or 300 of the community would show up at your plot of land that you had, and they would build your house over the weekend. Completely build your house. And
why can't we do that? Why can't we get 300 Mexicans at a Walmart to build a house in a couple days? It takes 2 years here.
Well, I mean, you often see those shows where they can build a house in a day or two. These Amish, one of the things that they do is they stick together and they take care of each other. So if you're, Dan, you're dating this Amish chick, and you guys are getting married in a month, so you have to have a house for when you start your family.
Yeah, I need to hang somewhere to hang that bloody sheet.
Right. So you have to have somewhere to be able to make that bloody sheet.
Right.
You can't make it in the woods.
No, you can't.
So usually the first night that you spent in that house was your wedding night. But that house had to get built before your wedding. So usually about a month to 6 weeks before you were to get wed, the whole community would build you a house. And then you would have the wedding at the house, they would all cater it in and then you'd bust that hymen that night. And then hang the sheets on the clothesline for the entire community to be able to see.
Is Amish food any good?
I don't.
What do they eat?
I think they eat potatoes, and I think.
Wait,
they slaughter their own cat. They do everything. They slaughter their own chickens.
It's like American Indians. They just live off the land and don't need the technology.
They don't have electricity. They don't have. So, what were you going to say, Seth?
How do you know so much about this? Were you a part of the Amish community for a while, or you were just trying to bang chicks?
When you lived 18 miles from, you just know.
You know it down to the Buster Hyman details?
Yeah, I mean, when you would drive by and see bloody sheets, you start asking questions.
Whoa.
And then they would explain.
What way were you heading?
Japanese flag.
Yeah, they were looking for a zero flag. So, but here's the deal, man. When you would wrestle an Amish guy, you could have him down 7-0, and you get when you're wrestling and you get somebody down 3-4 points going into the third. Dan, you got a couple near falls. You almost pin the dude, and let's say you're up 7-2. That guy's done. He's given up.
Yeah.
Not an Amish guy. That bitch will wrestle you clear to that last second. They're tough. They're tough as hell. You never wanted to just, but they always stayed they never caused no problems. The boys would never go and try to fight anybody or anything like that. But anyway, this Amish man, obviously, Lummy is
and
not.
People picked on them though too. They get harassed.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Not up.
Oh, really?
Nope.
Oh, I thought people would pick on them.
Nope.
Because they would get their asses whooped.
Yep.
They weren't afraid to fight.
They stick together.
I'm sure they do.
It only took one. I remember this guy named, I forget, Ray Phoenix, I think his name was, and he tried to fight an Amish guy. And Ray Phoenix was this in our hometown was this boxer dude. And remember we had the karate dude yesterday?
Yes.
Well, Ray Phoenix really was an accomplished boxer. He'd go down to Indianapolis, Dan, and win tournaments. And boxing isn't like karate, where it's kind of maybe fake. Boxing, either you're beating a guy, knocking him out, or you're not. You know what I'm saying? So he was part of an AAU deal, and he was Golden Gloves, and he was 150 pounds, and he was a badass boxer. Ray Phoenix was. Nobody messed with him because Ray Phoenix is badass. He tried to fight a Yoder one time, and this Yoder guy cleaned him up.
Really?
I mean, just cleaned him up.
So at that point, no one ever tried to fight him.
Nobody.
Again.
Nobody. And the guy didn't even take him out of the ground. Ray Phoenix was popping this dude bare knuckle, and the guy's mouth busted open, nose is halfway across his face, and he got Ray on an uppercut and knocked him out.
Oh,
even though Ray got probably 10 punches to 2 in. Amish are tough as hell. They are tough as hell.
That's such a quick little short on how they show a house being built in a day.
Okay, so am I right on that?
Oh yeah, I've heard of it. I've seen video of it.
It's a one-day barn building. They're saying.
Yeah, so they get together, and they're like, hey, let me rewind this.
Ants.
So they get together and be like, yeah, Dan, brother Dan's getting married in 3 weeks. We got to build him a barn. So all 300 of you Amish men show up at Brother Dan's tomorrow.
And that looks like a massive structure, the building.
Yeah.
It's not small. It's like a little 1,200 square foot house. It's freaking huge.
And hold on, this is in one day.
Yeah, it's massive.
Jeez.
One day. One day. Now, why can't us Americans work like that?
Jesus, and I want to have an Amish construction
Dan, can
company.
you imagine? Dan,
Jesus, you
Dan,
can build your house in 3 days.
No, but here's
start
the deal.
to finish.
No, but here's the deal. The RV capital of the world, the RV manufacturing capital of the world is in Elkhart, Indiana, which is right by where the Amish live in Napanee. They put together the campers and, the recreational RV. Coachman's, all that's where they make them. And if you can hire an Amish guy, an Amish guy is kind of maybe not, he's kind of gotten away from the Amish tradition because the Amish tradition is you don't work for the man, you work for yourself, and you plow they still plow the fields with horses and plows. They don't believe in any machinery.
Which seems so.
Now, I think the modern day Amish might they may have used some. I would have to think, Dan, in order to build that barn in one day, you had to have a couple electric saws and some table saws and some skill saws. But other than that, they would use just a regular hand saw. So if you could get an Amish worker to come work for your company, you had a hell of a guy. They work their ass off. Why can't, Dan, can you imagine if your community that you lived in was like the Amish, right? Mm-hmm. And after you got your hurricane damage from your house, within an entire, your entire neighborhood. Let's just say everything south of Gandy.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, Brother Dr. Dan has massive hurricane damage on his house. Well, I'm a roofer. Well, I'm a carpenter. Well, I lay tile. Well, I do this. Okay, I'll tell you what. I need all 200 of us to show up this weekend, and Dan, they'd have your house fixed over the weekend.
But you know what? I had Lummy, and F the Amish, because I had Lummy, and he's better than all the Amish.
And guess what?
He came and rescued me that day.
Hold on.
He came and rescued me.
Yeah, guess what? Still not done.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, you did it the American way. You got screwed by your insurance company, right? Amish don't have insurance on their house.
God, no.
If their house gets damaged, the Amish Get Fresh crew comes down and they fix it.
Yeah, and someone said on chat, it's a little easier to build a house when you don't have like electricity to run and maybe not even plumbing.
So anyway, this Amish, no, they have like.
Do they have plumbing?
I think they do have plumbing
okay,
now.
Just not electricity.
I think they don't have. And
they have electricity now too. They just don't use a lot of different
machines,
things.
Big machines.
Yeah.
They don't like machines.
Correct.
I don't know how that makes you further from God to use a machine. I mean, come on.
I know. To me, I'm thinking God, and you know what? God invented that. John, hold on. Am I going to stand behind a goddamn horse and plow all day? Or did God, I believe in God so much that God actually gave John Deere the ability to make a tractor that will make my life easier, that I can put more potatoes in the ground and feed more of my brothers? Right?
You would think so. You should go talk to him.
You're kind of blowing holes in their whole belief system.
I know.
Bubba.
It's true.
So anyway, an Amish man has been, this guy really, really left the frock. An Amish man's been arrested and charged with murder nearly 2 months after the death of a woman in this Amish community in Rutland, Ohio.
So do they inbreed sort of? I guess if there's small communities at 400 or 500, there's got to be like some significant mental problems.
There's
mental health problems.
There's some.
They're all inbred.
There some Downs-looking Amish that probably came through interbreeding.
But they got
what's
that
that called? What's that
right?
called? Yeah, they got
incest?
that. Yeah, what's inbreeding called? Dan, inbreeding? Is that what it's called?
There's a couple different words for it. I mean, it's incest if it's like really tight family, but just breeding within a small community, it just leads to genetic problems.
Like for instance, they say that you're supposed to at least stay away from your first cousin, right?
Right.
But anything past that, can you?
Pretty much.
So your first cousin is
your mom's sister's
or your
kid,
dad's daughter,
brother.
But it's like direct bloodline, right?
Pretty much.
So as long as you skip and you go to your second cousin, you're probably all right.
Yeah, but who says your second cousin wants to hit it?
Well, Strauss TV, $10.
I mean, this isn't it's not a brothel where you just get to pick your first or second cousin. I mean, you got to put the work in.
Here's the thing: you're in the Amish community, and they're not letting you go out and find anybody else. So you got to find something to
whack off to a horse and buggy like the rest of us.
So anyway, I mean, I think there is some inbreeding in the Amish community, which might lead to things like this. The death of Rosanna Kissinger, 28, was first reported in March 13th after her body was found inside her home by a neighbor, Mose Troyer, who called 911. Well, now how do you call 911 if maybe he's not Amish? Because, Lummy, I'm thinking if you can't have a tractor, they're certainly not going to let you have an iPhone.
I think they said there's one community phone.
One phone.
Yeah, one phone.
You got to go down, there and use one phone.
It's like The Great Gatsby. He's like, there's a phone call.
He told the NBC affiliate the Amish community has grown suspicious after no one had seen her that day, and he also found her goat inside of her home.
Uh-oh.
So did the guy have sex with the goat and kill her because maybe he got caught?
Oh.
Kissinger's death was ruled suspicious by the county coroner's office, and subsequent autopsy and examination by the county coroner's office.
They found goat hair in her vagina?
Accumulated an inconclusive preliminary result. The MCSO, which is the sheriff agency, subsequently launched an ongoing investigation, which includes search warrants, interviews, and collecting evidence from the scene. Troyer was then in for another shock when authorities arrived back in the community on May 5th and took his relatively new roommate, Samuel. That's a big name for them, Samuel Hostetler in for questioning. Now this is Samuel Hostetler right here.
He looks guilty.
He's Amish. That's how they dress, Dan.
I know. It's very simple. Suspenders, a cotton shirt, plain, a silly hat.
Right.
I like Bubba tells the world about Amish people.
Yeah.
I like you explaining it to us.
CC Hall says consanguinity when you have that tight group with a lot of inbreeding.
It's called what?
Consanguinity.
Is that something you didn't know?
It's a word that Sheets said. I'm sure there's other words for it, but that's one of the
What's
words.
a new word that you learned? You didn't know what it was.
Consanguinity.
Yeah. According to a complaint,
pulling the blood.
Hostetler admitted he was being physically intimate with Kissinger when she died. So the Amish dude said, yeah, I was blasting her. He told detectives, per the complaint, he did have sexual intercourse with Rosanna and put a blanket over her head during when he was finished. And he rolled over and realized that she was not alive.
How do you do that? How do you have sex with someone and realize they suddenly aren't alive? I mean,
I don't think you do, Dan. I think he was up to no good.
That's what I'm saying. It's like this.
You got to come up with a better excuse than that. I was banging her and then she was dead. Get creative.
There's people that are kind of like lame in bed, but they're breathing, they're hot, they're moving around.
Saying something. I need words. Like when I'm blasting, I need lots of words, dirty words, harder, faster, softer. Oh my God, it's great. It's not good. Get off me.
It's so big.
Something. It's so big. Your belly, not your penis. But I'm just saying, I need some type of. I think we all need some type of.
Well, don't throw us all into this, man. We're talking about this pervert.
Well, I'm
trying to bring your own.
Don't throw a blanket over her head and
pretend she's dead.
Yeah.
And did he choke? Did he suffocate her? Was it really a pillow over her face?
It's still being investigated, but I think they're going to arrest the dude because I don't think you can he said the suspect allegedly admitted to police that he put a blanket over the victim's head during sexual intercourse, only to find out that she was dead afterward. Are you so caught up in the moment and are you straight getting after it and you're so in your own little world that you don't know that she's gasping for air? With a blanket over her head, and is she not saying
Maybe that's what he thought was pleasurable.
Oh, maybe he thought she was saying, squeeze the blanket tighter.
Yeah.
No. I don't know, man. I don't think that's a good excuse. Amish, they weren't necessarily noted for being the book smartest people.
They educated till about 8th grade, 9th grade level, and then they stopped.
That's true. They would drop out of school, and the state then sometimes, Dan, would try to get involved and make them go back.
And bye-bye, state.
Yeah, and then the state's just we can't really do anything. Now, Dan, when you were an associate doctor under your dad for the Buccaneers, was this guy on the team?
No, I did not see him on the team.
What was his name?
Adrius Taylor?
Adrius Taylor? Adrius Taylor?
Yes. I don't remember him.
He wasn't on the team?
No.
He was
there, I think, in 13.
Yeah, I was gone by then.
2013?
2009, I was done.
A 7-year NFL veteran arrested for child abuse in Florida. According to jail records, 34-year-old Taylor, who was booked on 2 charges of 1 count of negligent child abuse without bodily harm and 1 count of soliciting another for prostitution, lewdness, and what's this word here? Assignation?
Assignation?
What's assignation?
I don't know.
Oh boy, you're the lawyer.
You're the lawyer.
Assignation. I can't even see the word.
ASSIGNATION. Assignation.
An appointment to meet someone in secret, typically one made by lovers.
Ooh, naughty.
He was released Sunday morning after posting bond, which was set at $6,000. We've reached out. No official information or has been given. Taylor went unselected in the 2014 draft after playing college ball at Florida Atlantic. Over the course of his career, he spent time with Carolina, Tampa, and the Browns. He racked up 140 tackles, 2 sacks, 3 forced fumbles, and interception. His latest NFL snaps came from, or his last snaps were in 2020 when he was part of the Panthers. He also played in the Canadian Football League, and
so you bring his kid and try to get a prostitute with his kid in the car. Is that what happened?
I think yes. See, like
because I don't think he like abused the kid physically. It's just that they're
according to
saying
jail records, he was booked on 2 charges. 1 count for negligent child abuse.
That's saying that doesn't mean negligent child abuse isn't like actively beating your kid.
Hold on, it says without bodily harm.
Right.
So does that mean maybe
put him
just
in a situation that's not appropriate,
you're
like
exposing him to something that's a child shouldn't see?
Right, like prostitution.
And then
taking him into a bar, taking him into a casino, taking him to hook up with a prostitute. Those are the kind of things for a drug deal. Those are the kind of things that they would probably slap that charge for.
So now, it doesn't mean he was trying to pick up an underage girl for sex. It just means that he brought his kid to the picking up a girl for sex
to the assignation
transaction.
Right.
And now, I mean...
So what are you going to do? I mean, what are you doing with the kid when you're hooking up the prostitute? Is this like a...
You turn the baby seat around.
Dan! No!
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Just ripping them this morning?
Yes, I am.
Dude, it's brutal,
I
man.
know. I'm so sorry.
Dude.
I'm so sorry.
I don't think you are.
I am.
It's probably catching his fan, too.
I'm so sorry. We got to open up. I am so sorry. I've been just blasting these acid bombs, Lummy.
Oh, yeah.
And
you got him out of here.
Hold on.
Maybe we shouldn't talk about that too much.
Why not?
I'm just grossing some people out.
No.
19,000 people listening.
I'm like, you know when you get the, Lummy, when you got to take a poop.
Yes.
But it's not quite there.
But
it's that
crampy and full and.
So Dan, let me ask you a question. Medically, the reason why farts smell is because the poop is down towards the exit, the rectum, and you're blowing gas, you're blowing forced air over that poop. And so is that what causes the smell?
That's one of the things that makes the smell a little bit more intense, yes.
Is it so?
It's also the bacteria, it's the poop itself, but you know.
Why do farts smell?
Because there's some methane in there which smells a little bit. And like you said,
it's going over a log. It's air going over a poop log, right?
Yeah. And people tend to pass gas when they need to poop.
Yeah. Well, I'm there, but I'm obviously started the show, and you know I'm a 15-minute pooper.
Yeah.
And I like to poop upstairs in Clem's clubhouse where
people
there's
have rituals when they poop. People are very ritualistic.
Oh, I'm so rich. I play my soccer game. And I poop for 15 minutes, and I like to poop where I have that bidet. That. Oh yeah, because it really blows your asshole clean. Like, I mean, oh my God, I hate not pooping now on a conventional toilet because my little T-Rex arms has to go back there and wipe, and I'm probably not a very good wiper.
I have PTSD.
Tickle me Tukey, $5.
I have post-bidet stress disorder.
What do you mean?
Well, remember I was in Miami at the Stevens condo, and he had a bidet, and I burned the shit out of myself.
Oh, my bidet just has regular tap water. Like, it's a little bit cool. Actually, it's the cool water on your after a freshly after putting your asshole through hell. It's very therapeutic. Not to have the cold one on it.
Well, I jumped up and like stuck to the roof like a cat. It woke me up. I haven't done a bidet since.
Really?
Yeah, it really fucking did. Is Diddy gray in the trial? Is he showing his gray hair? Is that why they keep showing gray hair shots of him? He's not covering it up?
You can't in your prison, can you? You can't dye your hair, can you?
Sure.
You can?
Yeah. That's why it's called BSD.
You know what? Maybe that's what his lawyers want him, so he looks like an old man.
Frail, stuff like that. Not like it's a young whippersnapper.
By the way, that video of Kai Trump was when she was 17.
Oh, came out a couple days ago?
They said that was her last video she posted as a 17-year-old.
Yeah, but we watched it when she was 18, and I'm opening up the next. I'm
not trying to send anybody to jail. I'm just saying.
No, I'm opening up the next segment with an apology to you and my farts, because I've been trying to sneak them past. But
Bubba, there's not. You're not. It's there. It's like I actually thought that the drain and the shower was
again.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hold them from now on, because you know what's happening is your fan is taking.
Well, here, spray it this way, man. Like,
no, hold on. I'm not farting anymore.
Okay. Well, why be?
Because I gotta poop.
Well, can you go? I mean, why don't you go?
I'm not. I can't poop in 5 minutes.
Well, dude, play a song.
We don't play songs.
We'll play. Exactly. The crowd will go wild.
Well, we have that new parody.
Do you have a parody song?
We got a parody.
Let's sit there for 5 minutes.
No, I can hold it.
Dan, not after what he's done to that chair today.
You won't sit there.
I mean, I'll do it from here.
I probably need to spray my chair.
Oh my God, man.
It's not good.
Your gym equipment's so clean, but your chair is just a cesspool.
Oh, my gym equipment
Petri
you
dish?
eat off of.
Well, no one's eating off your chair today.
Oh no, my chair's so. Let's hit 20,000.
Yeah, what was that?
Close to 20 G's. Come on, Rumble. Woo. Give me the 20. Give me the 20.
Interaction is key. Interaction. Call now 813-90-BUBBA. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Vicariously entertaining.
Thank you.
Thank you. 19,899.
19,905. Come on, guys. 100 more.
20K.
It's awesome.
Damn near 20K on Rumble. Get me there, man. Get me there. That's all I need you to do is to get me there, please. I have to profusely apologize to Seth. I've been thinking that I've been smelling them, but I'm thinking that they were kind of staying in my area, and Seth is the closest to
20K.
me. 20K, thank you so very much. Give us some thumbs up while you're over there on Rumble too.
Yeah.
It looks a little fishy when we have 20,000 people on and only like let me see, 108 thumbs uppers.
Yeah.
So that looks a little fishy.
They're not trained to hit that thumbs up yet.
Yeah. Well, we'll get them. So I got to poop. Okay. And today I tried to poop and I couldn't. And what I just did is I just pushed my bowel movement
digitally
matter. No. Digitally with my finger, no.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But I went into the bathroom and I tried and a little something came out. But all I did was move the production line down, the assembly line of turds down towards my rectum. So after the show, I certainly need to
take
now,
you 15
Seth,
minutes.
Now it's all better now, Seth. So please stop. Don't oversell it. Making me feel already. I already feel bad for what I've subjected you to, and I'm apologizing to you. So please accept my apology. You got to admit right now everything's okay. I sprayed it all down. It doesn't smell, but I have been releasing the hounds. I've been farting and I've been smelling them, and it's been bad. But I didn't think that it was going over to Seth's area, but it has been. So he's been keeping his mouth shut. Finally, we go to break. We can be a little more candid. We can talk, we can talk like men. We can say F-bombs and things like that when we go to our 5-minute and 20-second breaks, which means we're breaking for our terrestrial affiliates for them to play their commercials. And then all of our streaming platforms, Rumble, YouTube, X, Facebook, so forth and so on, we keep, we're still live, and we just kind of talk freely to you guys. You can be like, hey, what's up? Snook Slayer, Gripper Lip, Soupy John, blah, blah, blah. As soon as the microphones go off, Seth goes, have you been laying bombs? And I go, yes, I have. And he just starts going crazy because they've been bad. They've been really bad. So I sprayed my ass, and I sprayed my seat, and I sprayed the area down, and
With what? What'd you use?
Febreze.
Oh, okay.
And so now he doesn't like that either, but I think he'll take that clean smell now over the acid bombs I've been dropping. And see, the thing is, he's got a little fan that kind of sucks from my area over to his area.
You should just flip it around the other way.
Well,
that's what.
Blow it back at
we're
you.
not doing. No, I'm not farting anymore. I'm not going to fart it. I'm going to hold my farts
Really?
in.
For 2 hours?
Yes.
You're going to just hold it in for 2 hours?
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Why can't you just go to the bathroom, man?
Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
As much as you think I can't hold my farts in for 2 hours, who's the one dude that can go 4 hours and not pee?
You.
Exactly. I do that multiple days.
So you go 4 hours and not fart?
I can go 4 hours. Well,
Or two.
I got 2
145.
hours and 45 minutes that I can go and not fart. And if I have to fart, I'll get up and go during the break and go into the bathroom and fart. Now, if I could lay down a bomb, and if I was a fast pooper, which I'm not, I would lay a big poop down because I got one there. And that's what the smell is. I was actually asking Dan, Dan's a doctor, medically, why do farts smell? And it was always my understanding the reason why farts smell is that you have bowel matter. What was that called? Fecal?
Fecal matter.
You have better known as a turd. You got fecal matter in your
rectum.
And you're ready to be...
Which is the last part of your colon.
Right.
It's the sort of the staging area.
You got fecal matter in the staging area, ready to be released into the pool.
And you're blowing air over it.
And you have gas, and so when you blow air over something that's over fecal, then you have smell. And I got fecal in the loading dock, ready to hit the pool, but the problem I have, Lummy, is I'm a long pooper.
Yes, you are.
I'm a 15-minute pooper. I need 15 minutes to poop. And so we don't have that luxury right now. We'll have that luxury at 10 o'clock. The other thing is...
Would you ever broadcast from a toilet?
No.
Like in a bathroom?
No.
You'd never talk?
No.
You got to kind of relax when you're in
I've
there.
done that before on 98 Rock. They didn't really like it.
Oh, really? It didn't go over well?
Because I'm also a kind of a...
You're a loud pooper?
No, but I'm kind of like,
I remember once we had a party. Steve will attest to this. We had a party when we lived on that Fair Oaks house, the one where the G Masker came and wrecked his bike. And there was this girl that went upstairs to go to the bathroom, and she was pooping, and it sounded like she was actually having like sex in an airplane bathroom. She was making so much noise, like, oh!
Was it intensified that was she hot?
Yeah, she was hot, but I mean, we literally like 5 of us standing outside the door. Was like, what the hell's going on there?
Maybe she was pooping and also playing with herself.
I don't know, man. It sounded like it was too much fun. She was having too much fun in there pooping.
So anyway, Seth, and by the way, the other thing is we have an upstairs up here, which is where the merchandise area is, and that's what we made into a clip. When we got a pool table up there and a poker table. It's called Clem's Clubhouse. Well, I had my sister got me one of these Tushy things, and it's a kind of it's a bidet. Now it's not one of these bidets that are built in. You can turn your regular toilet into a bidet. And so I really like pooping there because it really, really cleans you up nicely. And when you wipe, you probably are cleaning it up pretty efficiently and getting everything, but when that's like saying, okay, I'm going to wash my car. It's got dirt on it. I'm going to, take a rag and wipe off the dirt, or I'm going to go ahead and take a water hose and rinse off the dirt. What's a better way to get the dirt off? Using the water, obviously. So plus it, eliminates having to, have you ever, like after you've gone to the bathroom, you get like a stage 5 smearer where you just keep wiping and wiping and wiping, and you think that it's never going to end? You ever get that?
Yep. Not with jump in the shower afterwards.
Yeah.
Boy, that's why he's got the Tushy.
So I got the Tushy.
After this apology is just as gross as what you were doing, man.
After the show, Seth, I'm going to go upstairs. When you go for your little walk or go get your avocado toast or whatever you do, and I'm going to go up and lay it out. Drop the boys off.
Okay.
and then tushy it up. So my butthole will be pristine for us to do our podcast.
That makes me so happy.
Does
Thank
it?
you.
Then shake his hand.
And I do always wash my hands after a poop.
For 2 minutes?
I don't, not for 2 minutes. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor. You're going to say that if I
sing happy birthday when you're washing your hands?
If I have antibacterial soap, Dial, I put a big old glob in one of my hands and I rub them together for let's say however long.
Sing happy birthday. That's enough.
No, I'm not singing happy birthday. I'm just doing like that, like maybe 20 seconds. I'm not going to surgery. I'm not doing anything. My hands don't have to be, that's clean. I don't necessarily wash my hands after peeing all the time.
You shouldn't have to if you're not sweaty and gross because urine is sterile.
So if your penis is not dirty,
right,
then you shouldn't have to wash your hands after peeing.
Correct.
That's my philosophy. Sure. What did the Pope?
Do you ever fake wash your hands because you don't feel like it, but you see other people and they're watching you and you just kind of pretend like you wash your hands?
I'll sometimes.
Have you done that? Seth, have you done that?
No. Well, no.
I'll wet them. How about you,
like
Seth?
holy water wet him? Like you just gotta dip it for a second?
How do you fake wash your hands, Seth?
Well, I don't. I only pee in public, so I'll walk out and then I have my sanitizer.
I wonder how many gallons of pee are on my property here.
None
outside?
None after the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
What happened?
It's been raining like a bitch.
Oh, just wash it all off.
Yeah, wash it all down into the pond.
Yeah. Now, so if
Catfish like that.
if there is urine, because my guys do pee outside. If there is urine like in the rocks or in the grass, and then rain comes, does it just put their urine into the soil?
Yeah, or washes it down the gutter. Some of it goes everywhere.
Now, what comments have they unearthed from Pope Leo, the newly crowned from Chicago White Sox fan, Pope Leo the 14th? What have they unleashed that could be possibly a problem?
He made some very anti. What's the word I'm looking for here? So back about 10 years ago, Pope Francis made some very, very sort of gentle and almost like opening his arms to the LGBTQ plus one community, and said, who am I to judge people for who they love? And he's sort of like softened the church's position on same-sex marriage.
The Pope before him.
Yes, the old Pope, the one that just died.
Right.
So when he was making those declarations, the new Pope wrote and published his dissatisfaction with that direction of the church.
In which he condemned what he called the homosexual lifestyle and the redefinition of marriage as at odds with the gospel. So he's saying he didn't necessarily allow, as a cardinal and a big high-ranking guy in the Catholic Church, he didn't necessarily agree with the Pope's decision.
It's not only the popes. He criticized two things: the Pope and the media for normalizing it, which has been done. I mean, if you think about how the media treats transgender people now and homosexuality now, and some of the other things that were considered, a little, avant-garde over the last 10 years that have been normalized. But if you look back 20 years ago, I mean, even Obama said marriage is between a man and a woman at the beginning, and at the end, he was running the rainbow colors at the White House.
Well, hold on. The book that the Catholic religion guides its life by, the Bible, fundamentally has a problem with it too.
Right.
Don't they?
Yes. Because again, if you have a purely homosexual community, it's done when everybody dies. There's no reproduction. The whole purpose of a community is
to adopt.
No. You got 300 people in Central Africa. Now, they could be like the Amish and all F each other and then build that community of 10,000 people, or they could be all gay and the community is extinct in 30 years when they all die. So the whole purpose of a civilization is to grow and pass your genes to the next civilization.
You can't have a completely homosexual community. You got to throw some heteros in there to keep the numbers up. But we can live in harmony together.
I don't have a problem living in harmony together, but the reason that religions have often criticized it is because it's contrary to a society thriving.
I don't understand if you're the highest ranking member of a particular religion, how you can just do a complete 180 from what
Trump and Biden did
from the instruction manual that you're supposed to live your life by. Now you can do a complete 180 from it. I don't understand that.
I think it's difficult to say that the Bible supports homosexual behavior. And I don't know, you can look at the Bible like people look at the Constitution. It was written at a time and in a place that's different than today.
Way different.
And so,
we
the
didn't even have
Constitution,
iPhones back then.
right? And they don't have amendments to the Bible. So,
they need that.
Yeah, they should.
That can solve all the problems in the world.
Couple amendments.
Just like every once in a while you issue a new Bible and it's got like
Who's issuing it though, Bubba?
Well, just whoever issues Bibles.
But the Muslim religion and the Jewish religion and the Hindu religion relies on modern scholars to interpret the words. And so the interpretation does evolve in some of these other religions, and obviously in Catholics too.
I think the Pope, Seth, has some disciples lock themselves up in a room for about a year, and they redo the Bible. Based on,
the Bible was assembled by a group of guys. Is that the Bible is not like God's word to us, like some people call the Quran.
No, it's a book of stories.
God's, right? It's a collection made by a bunch of different people over a bunch of years.
You get a bunch of different, different dudes.
Two different dudes wrote the first book of Genesis.
All right, well, we'll find two more dudes to write the new book of Genesis.
Genesis has an obvious transition.
You just do a New Testament.
Yeah, there's New Testament.
Yeah.
Hold on, let's see if this is Catholic News Service. The counterculture of the new
evangelization.
Father Robert F. Prevost,
which is now Pope Leo,
prior general of the
Augustinian
order, reads from his address to the
Synod
of bishops on the new
evangelization.
Western mass media is extraordinarily effective in fostering...
Is this him? No, this is him, isn't it? This is the Pope back in the day.
Sounds like it.
This is him from back. Look, this looks to be like
10 years ago.
In the 80s.
I think it's like in early 2000s.
Within the general...
Is that Chicago, Seth?
No, look like LA.
That ain't Chicago. No, that's not Chicago. I'll tell you that right now. That might be Boston or something. Doesn't look like any of that. Doesn't look like L.A. to me too either.
He also was.
Hold on, let me. You can see no palm trees. No palm trees. So we know that it's not Miami, anywhere in California, anywhere in Florida. So it looks to be right. Otherwise, you'd see palm trees.
And there's hills and mountains.
Extraordinarily effective in fostering within the general public enormous sympathy for beliefs and practices that are at odds with the gospel. For example, abortion, homosexual lifestyle, euthanasia.
By the way, I'm for all that.
Yeah.
Religion is at best tolerated by mass media as tame and quaint when it does not actively oppose positions on ethical issues that the media have embraced as their own. However, when religious voices are raised...
Now, mind you, this is the new Pope. He's at it now. Dan, he can't stand. He can't have the same opinion now, because that's not what the church has changed its position, right?
He can change his position, and the church can change the position.
So they can go back.
Yes, they can.
No more gays.
Mm-hmm.
In opposition to these positions, mass media can target religion, labeling it.
Men regret lost fatherhood. What does that mean? Is that anti-abortion? Break that down. What does Seth Kushner? What does that mean?
Rebecca. Yeah, it's lost fatherhood, meaning you killed the baby, you're no longer the father. There's nothing to be father of.
Well, what if you wanted to? Yeah. I wanted to lose my fatherhood. Where's that sign? Yeah. I want to carry that one. I willfully lost my fatherhood. Thank God I got rid of the bitch.
Well, that would be a guy, I think, that would be holding up that sign.
It is ideological.
What was the woman's version of that? Women do regret abortion.
I don't
know about that.
Sophia was doing a paper on this, and
your daughter.
Yes, And the $1 million question is, when does life begin? And everyone pretty much agrees somewhere between conception and delivery.
Well, yeah.
Right. That's
both ends of the spectrum.
Right.
The minute that little peanut,
is fertilized.
The minute that sperm penetrates the egg and,
penetrates the nucleus of the egg. Because sometimes more than one sperm can penetrate the shell of the egg, but only one gets into the nucleus.
What if two sperms get into the nucleus?
No, that doesn't happen. One sperm gets to the nucleus. Two sperm can start burrowing in, but one sperm gets to the nucleus. There's two walls to get through. And as soon as that sperm gets to that nucleus...
Does the second place sperm just automatically...
gets walled out. He gets shelled out. Yeah.
He quits?
He quits. He gets knocked out of the building. But here's the thing that people have.
Man, that's a really lucky sperm, because don't guys, like, you'll have tens of millions of sperms that you release, and there's just one
guy
that makes it to the nucleus, right?
Yep. And and so many things have to happen. But the interesting thing about what I learned when she was doing this project, and I've learned some really cool things over the last few years.
So your daughter, the curriculum that she's in, what was she, a junior?
A junior.
Okay, so she's 11th grade, and at her school, they're writing papers about abortion.
Yeah.
What side are they on?
Well, I told her, like, you got to be, you got to kind of slant it towards the Catholic side. But the spin on the paper was, again, the Catholic religion thinks that life begins at the moment of conception. Legally,
meaning the minute the sperm hits the nucleus,
right?
Jam on it,
and there's a flash of light. There's energy that's sort of like released when that happens. It's actual an event. You can see it when the actual fertilization takes place. There's like a flash of light. I've seen it on video. So there's an argument that that's the start of life, and then there's a legal argument where we talk about viability, and that's like somewhere between 20 and 24 weeks. But this essay, which was written by a scientist that was also a religious guy, said that true life begins at 14 days. And here's why he said that. Because it takes an egg 14 days to successfully implant into the side of the uterus, and after 14 days, that egg cannot become identical twins or triplets. So to say that it's an intact entity and a specific human being at fertilization is disingenuous, because that soul or that person or that entity can be divided into 2 or 3 or 4 different entities, and that life does not.
You could get a BOGO.
Right, you get a BOGO, but if
that's what happened to Brooke Hogan. Brooke Hogan got a BOGO.
Right, identicals.
Yeah.
No, fraternal.
So that's different. That's different. Right? This is talking about the argument of that
so
egg.
How did Brooke's eggs work?
She had 2 eggs released, 2 eggs were fertilized, 2 eggs implanted.
Does that mean one, that she's got badass eggs and her husband Steve's got badass sperms?
No, it means she just she just did a double.
She dropped 2 and he fertilized 2.
Mm-hmm.
So they're saying on the 14th day
it can't divide and split into a twin,
and it attaches to the uterus.
If it doesn't attach to the uterus, that event is critical to the beginning of life. If it doesn't attach to the uterus, it's gone. It dies.
It's gonna have you're gonna miscarriage or something like that.
Right. So the argument is that 14 days when life begins.
On the 14th day, if it's going to attach or divide or conquer or whatever, on the 14th day, it's going to either attach to the uterus and start growing
as an individual,
as a baby,
right?
Or it's going to be shed, and it does. You're gonna have a heavy period and you're gonna lose it. But when does the heartbeat start?
Oh, somewhere around like 8 weeks. So 8 weeks maybe.
I would say that on my low end,
maybe 6 to 8 weeks.
On my low end, that's where I would say life starts. At
8 weeks?
At a heartbeat.
It's 8.
But for abortion purposes, I think you should be able to get rid of it, clear up until viability, which is 23 weeks for 24, 22. Between 22 and 24 weeks is when the baby can live. What is it, Dan? At 24 weeks, the baby can live outside.
Has a high likelihood of surviving outside the uterus. With intensive medical care.
Yeah,
it's not like you're just like having the baby, on a boat.
No, they're hooked up to they're the kind of babies that you see that are hooked up to every machine known to man with tubes coming out of their nose and everything, right?
It says the 5th. Now this thing says the 5th week. There's a heartbeat.
Oh, that's somebody just trying to cut it a week.
But by week 6, the ultrasound can hear a little flutter.
Yeah, that's what I thought. 6 weeks. I mean, so
my answer is when life starts is between 6 and 24 weeks.
I think the reason they do the 6-week abortion in Florida is because, again, that's the heartbeat. That was the reasoning behind that number. It wasn't just an arbitrary number.
Iggy, you got Iggy is the only one that caught my Iggy. I'm not even saying what I said.
Logical and insensitive in regard to the so-called vital needs of people in the contemporary world.
But this is why this is our new pope. And they unearthed this opinion that he had of what was the 3 things: abortion,
gay
marriage, and what was I don't know what the third one was.
Was it adultery? No.
The sympathy for anti-Christian
euthanasia.
Lifestyle choices that mass media fosters is so brilliantly and artfully ingrained in the viewing public that when people hear the Christian message, it often inevitably seems ideological and emotionally cruel by contrast to the ostensible humaneness of the anti-Christian.
Why are they putting all these cool movies and various things?
Perspective.
What, to prove that the media just feeds into, not the Christian type way?
He's arguing that the media has normalized it by putting shows like this on all the time and having, and just the narrative around the shows, just embracing the change. And that absolutely has happened. You didn't see a bunch of gay couples in commercials 30 years ago. You see it all the time now.
Seth, can you notice there's no farting?
Yeah, no, thank you so much, man.
And I really feel bad about
like
I got an ironclad sphincter.
Olympic sphincter.
Yeah, you couldn't.
This has been voted Tampa Bay's #1 place to work now after you cease. Thank you.
But here's the deal. And not only did I cease, but I'm very sorrowful.
Yeah, no, I appreciate.
Maybe I'll give you a fart bonus on your next paycheck, okay?
Thank you.
Oh, that'll solve everything.
Like a $50 bill would make it all go away, wouldn't it?
Oh, y'all forgot about it.
And at 100, I can maybe release a few more.
Oh, man,
I'll let you go down my face, Bubba, for that.
What?
Lummy?
What?
Come on.
Easy.
Easy,
Catholic pastors who preach against the legalization of abortion or the redefinition of marriage are portrayed as being ideologically driven, severe, and uncaring, not because of anything they say or do, but because their audiences contrast their message with the sympathetic.
Well, guess what? You're the Pope now, and you can change all this. You can do whatever you want. Nobody's going to listen to you because
TV shows canceled.
Here's the deal: nobody's going to listen to you, Pope Leo the 14th, because across the board, people can stop all popes and all Catholic priests and all cardinals and all bishops right in their tracks by saying, "You're right about that." But we haven't settled billions and billions of dollars for having sex with little boys.
I think one has nothing to do with the other.
But what do you mean it doesn't have anything to do with
I think the church's position.
How can you be anti-gay? How can you be?
They're not anti-gay. They're anti-gay marriage. That's the distinction.
See, that's
a religious event, a religious ritual. They don't think should be performed between people of the same sex. Again, it's up to the person.
But they can rape little boys, not girls. You don't see the pastors. They haven't settled. Let me look up what maybe the total Catholics.
The priest from my church, one of the priests from my church, got in trouble.
Was that? Hold on. Was that Pastor Bob?
No.
Okay.
And it was a church in St. Petersburg. He got in trouble with a girl, not with a boy.
Okay, he's a very isolated event. Out of all the checks that they've written to families, it's been for little boys. So how can you say that we don't condone gays or gay marriage, but meanwhile they have settled tens, if not hundreds of millions, billions of dollars for the molestation of underage little boys?
It says $3
billion. $3 billion. Have Doge look into that one.
Well, now in
Carrington.
2025, it's now to $5 billion.
$5 billion. The Catholic Church has settled $5 billion worth of priests, sexually molesting little boys.
On 16,276 clergy sex abuse allegations.
Of media
17,000 employees, priests, bishops, cardinals have sexually violated little boys to the tune of $5 billion in settlements. And you're going to come and try to tell me what I'm supposed to do with my boyfriend? If I got a guy, if I'm gay and I got a boyfriend, you're going to try to cast judgment on me? I'm not gay. I don't have a boyfriend. But if I did, I'd be like, at least he's an adult and I'm an adult, and we're not, violating kids.
You think
like you are?
You think he'd hit it so hard he'd have to go to the hospital, Bubba, if you had a boyfriend?
Oh, I would never be a boyfriend in that capacity.
Well, don't say me. Never say never.
I mean, no, I would tear me up.
Exactly.
No way.
Okay.
When Dr. Mark checked my prostate, I almost went through the roof one time. No way.
But you'd be passing the egg test in just a couple months.
Produced images of human beings who, because they are caught in...
I got too much ass.
Oh.
For the egg test?
No, I got too much. I'd have to be with a very, very, very well-hung person just to get through all that real estate to get to the hidden treasure.
Oh, my God.
And then my hidden treasure is so tight. I mean, look, I've been pinching in my farts now for 45 plus minutes.
Impressive.
I mean, I could probably snap off a pencil with it. No,
So you need like a minute bull penis, something really long and skinny?
Yeah, and that ain't happening. So,
morally complex life situations, opt for choices that are made to appear as healthful and good. Note, for example, how alternative families comprised of same-sex partners and their adopted children are so benignly and sympathetically portrayed in television programs and cinema today. If the new evangelization is going to counter these mass media-produced distortions of religious and ethical reality successfully, pastors, preachers, teachers...
Every one of those dudes in there. Probably a large portion of these dudes have done something to a little boy's booty hole.
Oh, wow.
And catechists are going to have to become far more...
Dan, 17,000. And these are the highest ranking members of the Catholic Church right here.
...informed about the context of evangelizing in a world dominated by...
There's Miami.
...mass media.
All right, I'm done with you. I could care less about this Pope. Breaking news, Michael Jordan will be joining... I cannot wait to see Michael Jordan interview the stars of the NBA nowadays because, I'm not saying he's going to chin check you, but I'm just like, having a person that's not the greatest of all time at your sport interviewing you is one thing, but having the guy, arguably the greatest player ever to play your sport, and he's the guy that's interviewing you, you better, you're not going to be able to BS this dude.
No.
I mean, I cannot wait. Breaking news, Michael Jordan will be joining the NBC on NBC and Peacock as a special contributor, the network said. Seth later went on and kind of did a little more research, and it's going to be like they're going to be using him to do interviews and interview players and things like that. Nothing in like a color commentary, because basketball's so fast moving. I don't think Michael could sit there for 2.5 hours and be the color commentator, but I would love to see kind of like... You know how Letterman does his things where he'll
sit down on Netflix?
Literally just be in the middle of a stage. It's just him and the other guy. And for 1 hour, they cut it up. They talk. I don't know what capacity NBC is going to use Michael. Seth alluded that might be kind of what they do.
He might do some in-studio. I mean, he might do in-studio stuff.
It depends on the game, depends on how big the game is. He'd be in studio, but most of it will be out of studio doing like one-off interviews.
Is he that desperate for money?
No.
I thought he was worth like $500 million or something.
Hold on, Dan. He's not desperate. First of all, they're paying him $40 million. Secondly, it's about keeping your brand relevant and in front of the people's eyes.
I don't even know if it's that, since he's got his shoes. I think that it's...
He's bored?
I think it's something he wants to do. He's been away. He was an owner, obviously, for a while, but, I mean, he's never done anything remotely like been a part of the media ever.
Yeah, and I think that might, and Seth, in some ways, I think that might intrigue him.
Well, I mean, look, I don't know. I mean, the guy seems to be living a great life. He's always, we always see videos of him in different countries, and people are going crazy for him. Yeah, but I mean, and again, I don't think it's about the money at all. I think this is just probably something that he might be passionate about at this point in his career. I mean, people talk about him. You can't mention one player that plays today, one basketball series, anything without bringing up Michael Jordan.
There's nothing in the NBA. There's nothing in the NBA that at one time or another you don't have to include him. Bring him up in some capacity.
Is he still doing pretty good with NASCAR? Or is he involved as much?
No.
No.
Hold on. He's doing well with NASCAR. His team is doing well too.
Okay.
He's a great owner. It's just that NASCAR is a bunch of no good mother effers, and he is a true businessman and not part of the good old boy network. And he infiltrated NASCAR's good old boy network and NASCAR tried to 15 years ago come up with a charter system, whereas you bought into, and it was an actual piece of NASCAR didn't have, if you were an owner of a team, you really didn't own anything. You
own the cars.
You own your cars. You own your building. But that's it.
But the franchise,
there wasn't a franchise. So anybody could show up at any time. The rules of NASCAR state that they can field on any 43 cars. That's the rules. So, and in the last, I can't even tell you the last time that 43 cars attempted to even make a race because of the economy, and it's been monopolized by 5 or 6 teams. So the average guy didn't have a chance. So Michael Jordan bought into NASCAR, bought a couple. So NASCAR issued these charters to Hendricks and Gibbs and Tony Stewart when he was still doing it, and those charters were supposed to be completely owned by these individual teams and could be sold and things like that.
Like a liquor license almost?
Yeah. Well, NASCAR recently have been trying to change the language on what the charters really are, and that they're just kind of like a lease and that they still really own them. Well, Jordan's currently in the process of suing NASCAR. He's only able to compete his 2 or 3 cars, and it's 2311 or 23. I think it's called 2311 Racing. I don't know what it's called. What is
23X
2311.
Yeah, 2311.
Him and Denny Hamlin own it together. Well, Dan, they're only allowed to race because of a court ruling. Because them and NASCAR are suing each other, and so he came in and he's been really good. If Michael Jordan prevails, then those charters will really just be charters and worth something, and NASCAR can't do anything about it. They have to allow you to compete in their sport as long as you comply with the rules, as long as your cars are legal, and that
they can't keep you out.
They cannot keep you out.
Oh.
And so it's a big. NASCAR has never really had. I mean, Hendricks and Penske. Roger Penske is probably worth 5 to 10 times. I don't know. He might be worth 5 or 10 billion, and I think Michael Jordan might be worth a couple billion.
Jordan's worth 3.5.
Yeah. Okay, and see what Roger Penske's worth. Oh, maybe gonna Alexa. Good morning. Good morning, Alexa. Alexa, hello.
Hi there. This week I'm celebrating Lost Sock Memorial Day. For all those who've ever lost a sock in the laundry,
Alexa,
I have
shut
the
up.
perfect yarn. Just say, tell me a story about socks.
Alexa, shut up.
Maybe later though, Bubba.
Yeah.
Hey Alexa, what's the personal worth? What's the of Roger Penske? What's Roger Penske worth? Hey Alexa, what's Roger Penske's worth?
Roger Penske is worth an estimated $3,200,000,000 US dollars.
All right, so just a little bit more than Michael. Just a
comparable.
A tad more.
This article from Sportskeeda said
I gotta go
that
in the
he's
words.
worth $6.1 billion.
So anyway, man, if Michael Jordan does prevail, Dan, all the owners who just sat there and let NASCAR bitch slap him and dictate the rules and didn't take him to court because they didn't want to upset the apple cart, they're going to really, really owe Michael Jordan a lot for sacking up and saying this current business template is one to make people fail. There's no way to make money. You guys are making all the money, and these charters ain't worth crap if we can't truly own them, if it's just kind of a lease deal. So, I'm going to sue you. So they're suing each other. And the only reason he's even allowed to race right now is a court order says that NASCAR can't keep him out while this case is pending. But, so, Michael Jordan is very diversified.
Yes.
And, when you're in NASCAR, it's all about your brand.
Does he have a cologne?
Does he what?
Have a cologne.
He used to when I was a kid.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Yeah. Made you jump higher. So,
Michael Jordan,
Michael Jordan, man, makes you want to gamble more.
Yeah.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I think he's the first athlete to be a billionaire.
That's the boy! That's the boy! That's the man, man!
I tell you, man, I'd be indignant if there was a boy competing against Sophia in a sport.
And smoking her.
And smoking.
And she got second place.
Yeah.
She got second. And she won second.
Cut your dick off, dude. Bring out a dick.
Yeah. Come to my office. I'll do it.
Cut your dick off. You want me a girl? Jesus.
Dan, you could be the first father to actually offer it. I can do it.
Yeah, I can do it. I'll cut your dick off.
Oh my goodness. Somebody's got your dick off. Somebody got your dick off. Somebody got your dick off. Tonight. Dun, 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 dun. Dude, Cooper Flagg of the Mavericks.
Is he only a freshman?
I like it, yeah.
You gotta cut the balls off too. Let me catch.
In fact, actually, Dan, you don't even got to cut the dick. You just got to cut the balls. That completely castrates you. The dick.
You want to be a girl? I'm taking your nuts.
Because here's the deal: the dick's inconsequential at that point.
Right. Dick's just a way to urinate. But as long as they got testicles, they're throwing testosterone into the body. It's not fair.
I can't poop, guys.
Really?
Is Bringing Sethi back the new song?
Can't be. What's up, Jay Tiz? Yeah, you are 100% correct.
I'll ask Lemmy what the new song is.
I put up my Cooper Flag last night. I got a $700 offer. Fucking shut down, buddy. Fuck you. We're doing 1100. Man, San Antonio almost got that shit again. What up, Felix? What up, Redneck? I got your message, Felix. They're going to be on the look for it. I guess UPS can't come through this gate. Ooh, the Spurs are going to be good.
They said those two kids from Rutgers are real good, aren't they?
I think it's Dylan.
The two freshmen.
Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey, I think, are the guys.
Man, so now is it in college you only got to play 1 year?
That's it. What's up, Fred? That's
so
it, baby. What?
Tease Diddy.
Teenges. Tinges.
I got new song, Weinstein Trans, the Mavs, and then Tease Diddy. And Diddy is just, you wouldn't believe one article after another. It's just fucking crazy.
It's salacious.
It's so fucking crazy.
It's salacious. It's disgusting.
What up, Jonathan Z?
He's making heart signs with his hands.
Oh, he did that? What up, Permagron?
Hey, Permagron. J2s.
Some J2s.
Woo. You know, Brother Bob, Iggy. Good morning.
Some DJ Brown.
Where's DJ Brown?
Hey, Lummy.
What up, DJ?
Lummy.
Yes, sir.
Where's the new song?
It's Bubba's Birds, L, 3L. John from Naples.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
You want to help the show stay on the air? Unlike any or very few social media and or content creators and or syndicated radio hosts, we got a direct way for you to give to the program. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. We have this whole big thing where at a certain amount you qualify for the year-end party called BARP, Bubba Army Royalty Party, and you get a ring, and it's possibly get inducted into the Bubba Army Hall of Fame. We got a whole thing. We got a whole thing, like a whole other world that most people don't even really know about. Just the hardcore. The longer you listen, the more you'll get it. Many a times during my career, people be like, at first I didn't quite understand the show. I didn't understand the people involved. I didn't understand people's roles. I didn't understand some of the language, especially when we would do when we go a little more heavy on the Carney and The Price is Right and stuff like that. And it's just it's the Bubba Army and listening to the show is kind of like a lifestyle. It's like it's like.
But it doesn't have to be. If you're busy and you already have a lifestyle, you could just make it just a show.
It's your show. It's your favorite show. It's like the way, people get all involved in Yellowstone and Curb. We are your favorite show, and you don't really like to miss it. And so in case you don't catch it live 6 to 10, you can always go back to our various platforms and replay it, one of which is, of course, YouTube. And that is at the Bubba Army. And Lummy, we're also posting shows now on Rumble.
Yes, we are.
So both, again, at the Bubba Army. Thank you for everybody and your participation in helping us. Things that I have to get to today is I guess we got a new parody song from Steve.
John from Naples.
John from Naples?
Yeah,
really?
I thought he retired.
He's like Michael Jordan. He'll come out of retirement for one song. And
I hope he does better than Michael Jordan come out of retirement. He went to the White Sox and bombed.
Yeah, they're the Wizards too.
Yeah. How many years did he play? Did he play just one with the Wizards?
2. I'm pretty sure it's 2.
What was his average? Was he still in the 20s?
Yeah, toward the end of his career, his last season, I think he was still at 20, but he was getting down to the 14 points, and he put himself as the 6th man.
But hold on now, why did he go to the Washington Wizards then and not back to Chicago?
He owned a piece of the Wizards.
Oh, so the Wizards said, "You come back, we'll sliver you off a piece."
Yeah, pretty much.
Meanwhile, the cheapskate who owns the White Sox and the Bulls, Jerry, was it Reinsdorf or something like that? What's his name, Seth?
Jerry Reinsdorf.
He's tight as bark on a tree. He wasn't given. Meanwhile, think about this. If you would have given Michael Jordan ownership of the Bulls for his last 2 years in the league, you would have completely ensured that the Bulls stay relative, because the Bulls haven't been good since. I mean, I know they've been. I don't think they've won a championship since the Jordan era. Have they?
No.
I don't think so.
But if you're Jerry Reinsdorf or whatever the hell the guy's name is, you give Jordan that 10, 15, 20% of the Bulls to, much like I think, didn't the Lakers kind of do the same thing with Magic?
Not that I know of.
Yeah, I think they did. I think
Magic was in the front office.
Not the Magic. I meant the Lakers.
No,
I mean,
Magic Johnson. Yeah, he was in the front office. I'm not sure if he got ownership though.
I think he did.
I think he might have gotten some ownership.
Yeah, and now he owns part of the Dodgers. He's part of the Dodgers
and
ownership.
the Commanders.
And yeah. So that's what the Bulls should have done.
Yeah, he got a 4.5% stake in 1994.
There you go. See?
So there.
So anyway, what's John from Naples? Bubba's Birds. We don't know. Listen, very rarely do we've kind of gotten away from parody songs. There's been a mass exodus of parody writers. Plus, I think
they're all around, Bubba. I just think we're
just kind of over that. I mean, we're just kind of over that. I mean, unless it's really, really good. We used to do a lot of them. We don't really do that much anymore.
Well, they had almost like this competition among themselves where they were trying to outdo each other.
They used to.
Yeah.
Now they kind of all just kind of gave up.
Bubba's Birds is about your T-Birds.
They're not my T-Birds. They're They're Erica's T-Birds.
They're yours.
They're Erica's.
They're yours.
They're Erica's, and she can't sell them.
T-Birds and some tanning beds.
I just don't understand why she cannot sell them. She's down to 5,500 on them.
Oh, jeez.
And I mean, they're worth like $15,000. I don't understand. I just don't understand. Talking to my IRS attorney, they're like, you might have to file bankruptcy. They're going to start seizing assets. I don't have any. I already don't like this song. We have investigated your offer. We are rejecting the offer. There is a disputed asset. This is way too inside. This is a shoot.
Oh.
This is a shoot. Which value was not included. I got 2 Thunderbirds for sale, too, that she's selling both for $6. And by the way, I have no ownership in those. Really much activity on that.
I'm saying, if you buy the Thunderbirds, you get a free tanning bed.
Oh, yeah.
There's a tanning bed at the BRN that Akira wet, but no, they can't confirm. A 2-for-1 deal from Bubba's old set. 2 T-Birds and a broken down bed. Try to get tan with no chlamydia breakouts. 2 Thunderbirds and a tanning bed.
The tanning bed's off the table now because I talked to my girl from ProSun.
Oh, is it
and they're
back?
like, we'll fix that thing right up.
Oh, nice.
Hell yeah.
She's just kind of redoing it, new bulbs.
Yeah, when it's time to move it, when it's time to put it at its final destination.
Try to get tan without claps the plan, no claps the plan.
Where's that?
He's got 2 T-Birds and a tanning bed.
Where's that?
He's got 2 T-Birds and a tanning bed.
And I don't understand I just don't understand, Lummy, how these T-Birds, people just aren't flipping out over them.
It's weird. I thought there was a lot of people interested.
Last week, some guy came with a big truck and a trailer, but supposedly was like this real famous YouTuber, and he's about flipping cars.
Oh.
I wasn't out there.
Oh.
But he's like, no, I don't want him.
Oh.
And his girlfriend jumped out of the truck wearing like a cheerleading outfit. I'm like,
Jesus.
Where in the hell am I during all this nonsense?
He's got 2 T-Birds and a tanning bed.
They say that I am hiding. How do you hide stocks and how do you hide that?
Stuffing stocks in his socks and shoes. IRS try to press, but they don't have proof. Merch cricks on the quick. Got T-Birds hiding in that pole barn, decompromising. Try to take bids from highest to low. Bubba auctioneers on his radio show. What other host could ever do his own roast? Check your messenger app for Bubba's 2-for-1 post. He's got 2 T-Birds and a tanning bed. He's got 2 T-birds and a tanning bed.
They say I owe him $287,000. I think they're trying to arrest me.
Well, they're trying to figure out where you're keeping all your monies.
They are trying to arrest me. The IRS is trying to arrest me. I'm just letting you know that. I don't have any money.
I told them about the Reggie White pants.
They are trying to arrest me. They're like, I don't have it. They're like, we know you got crypto and holdings. Bitch, I don't have anything.
Who are you arguing with? It
The
was
IRS.
just a parody song.
No, I'm just saying the IRS. My lawyer is still arguing. They're like, we don't have anything. Run his social security number. Do you know, Lummy? Do they run my credit every month?
Just ding it.
Yeah. It's like I don't have anything. I'm like homeless. Hello.
Good morning, Bubba. How are you?
You've been on hold for a while. Thank you for holding so long, my friend. I'm sorry it took so long to get to you.
No, hey, no problem. Just a rumbler, fellow sphincter pencil cracker. I had a couple things. Two, I think that Jordan getting involved with NBC is, I feel like he's embarrassed about the game. And I feel like he finally put together something to get him back, at least at a desk somewhere, a live broadcast desk, to set the standard again for the NBA, because they've fallen off so bad through the years.
I don't know if I don't know if that's it, because I think that the NBA probably is as healthy as it's ever been. But
no, not at all, man.
You don't think so? With TV ratings and with the popularity of Charles Barkley and the pre-show with Charles Barkley and
they're doing terrible. Seth, jump in here, man. I mean, you've got to know the stats.
Well, I don't know what Michael Jordan sitting behind a desk will do to elevate basketball.
I feel like it legitimizes something. Like, I feel like I don't know. I don't know the word for it. I'm not sure what I'm trying to say.
Here's what I think.
Like
here's what I think.
He's going to shame the players into playing defense.
No. Here's what I think. I think that he is now more than ever has to make sure that his brand because NASCAR is all about brand, and it's all about sponsorship, and it takes about $20 million. It takes about $15 to $20 million to field a car for the entire year. Well, I think that Michael Jordan being on NBC and being a contributor or interviewing these in modern day big time stars keeps him in front of the cameras and even more relevant than he's ever been, because he's never been in this capacity. He's never been a guy that's been on the other side of the camera. He's always been the guy that's been interviewed. He's always been the guy that's been covered. He's always been the piece always, was about him. And I think he's taken a step back. I think he's also mildly intrigued, and it's something that he's never done. And so I think it keeps his brand with NASCAR and him hot. It keeps, obviously, his clothing apparel world hot, and it gives. I think people will go to it, and I think people will absolutely just go there and the masses to see Michael Jordan, interview, Wembanyama or
Do you think it's the same motivation, Bubba, that Tom Brady had by going into the media? Do you think it's the same kind of thing? Like, they're so used to being on one side of the mic, they just wanted to be on the other side, and they want to stay relevant?
Brady's a color commentator, which is way different than I think what they're going to use with Michael. I'll tell you the interview I want to see, Seth. I want to see Michael Jordan interview LeBron James.
Yeah,
that's what I want to see more than anything, right?
That would be great.
Get his perspective on all this flopping.
I don't know that anybody could really, unless Michael Jordan addresses why he is doing it or why he wants to do it. I don't know that anybody can give you really an expert opinion as to what the answer truly is, unless it comes from Jordan. I know that
I
it's
feel
going to
like
be. I know that it's going to be good for NBC. It'll be $40 or $45 million well spent because they will cut that up and make it into shorts, and it'll be all over the internet and all over social. So they will get their money's worth because Michael Jordan is somebody that people want to hear from.
I know, but I feel like he's doing like Brady. Brady had an agreement, once I'm out of football, I'll kind of jump right into NBC. But I'll take a few years and spend some time away, and then I'll get in. Jordan's taken 25 years. He sees something that's wrong, and I think that's why he's getting.
No,
in.
but hold on. He sees something that's wrong, but he didn't own a team anymore. He didn't have any skin in the game. So, why does he have to? Why is he going to?
You don't think he cares about the game, Bubba? In general, you don't think?
I think he cares.
I think this guy has a good point,
man. This product, the product they're putting out now is terrible.
So how's he gonna make it better? He's just going to he's doing this to make his brand and his likeness stronger. I don't think
he have to, Bubba. He's worth multiple billions of dollars.
I understand, but how does Michael Jordan interviewing anybody fix the game?
I think it puts the best player back in the mix and says, not directly to the players, but it says to the collective, okay, I'm back in the building. Stop this flopping BS.
No.
Stop this because they're turning into soccer players, man. Where
they don't care.
Not even getting touched. He's falling halfway across the court.
That's not going to stop LeBron from flopping. It's not going to stop anything. It's just it's going to be great for the consumer to get a Michael Jordan's perspective of the game and what he thinks about players and how players answer his questions. I think it has nothing to do with making the game better. I think it has everything to do with making NBC more eyeballs on NBC, which in turn puts more eyeballs on Michael Jordan. That's what it's really going to do. It's not going to fix the game. I mean, you got to fundamentally make a lot of different changes to fix the game.
If that was the case, he'd have done this 10, 15, 20 years ago.
He did. He owned a team.
And he has it.
He owned a team and hated it. He owned the team. He owned a team and he hated it. If Michael Jordan can't own a team, he owned the majority stake of the Charlotte Hornets, and he could not make them contenders. If he can't make them contenders, then the game's broken beyond his ability to fix it. And now he gets on the other side of the camera, and he now he gives us what we really want. We don't care about the game getting better. We care about Michael Jordan, seeing him more, and how people will react to his questioning, because you can't BS him. So it makes the inside or behind the scenes part of the game far more entertaining, but it doesn't make the game better. It just gives us fans better insight and I can't think. It'd be like if Wayne Gretzky, Lummy, interviewed hockey players. There's not a lot of instances where the greatest of all time in a particular sport went on to be on the other side of the camera.
But Bubba, here's the problem. Here's what this guy is the distinction this guy is making is that hockey players today aren't pussies and basketball players are.
Yes.
That's what he's saying. What he's saying.
And Michael Jordan isn't going to make them not be pussies anymore.
Yeah, but he's going to bring eyes to it. He's going to highlight it. And I think, it's probably good for NBC because it's going to increase viewership.
The winner here is not NBC. The NBA. The winner here is twofold. The winner here is Michael Jordan and NBC. Hold on. And the public.
Yeah.
That's the winner.
It's NBC and the public.
And you got to remember too that he's going to be on NBC. His questioning and interviews are going to be so sterilized. You're not going to get the what was the series?
You don't know that.
You just contradicted yourself.
You don't know that.
If he gets sterile questions, he's not going to have any effective change in the NBA.
You don't know that.
You just killed your own argument.
You don't know what the questions are going to be like.
That's what I worry about, Dan. That's what I'm concerned with. I don't want that. I don't know that he can be himself, man.
I got to let you go not because I'm mad at you, not because I differ with you, because I'm way behind, but anybody jump in. Michael Jordan, being an NBC contributor, doesn't make the game better. Doesn't make LeBron flop less. Doesn't make it better. It makes the experience for the consumer better.
Yeah, it's a good argument.
Way better.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And it doesn't hurt Michael's brand at all to be on one of the biggest networks covering the sport that he's the greatest of all time. So it does nothing but help him.
Does NASCAR and NBC do anything?
Yes.
Maybe,
yes.
Maybe he gets in bed with NBC, and next thing you know,
Well, this is also the NBA returning to NBC after they had the deal with Turner Sports for however many years.
Yeah.
So it's a way to remind people
Part of
that
that package.
Right.
Yeah, I mean that's
what better way to roll out the fact that you're getting back in the sport with this guy?
Yep.
Yeah, but I don't see Michael Jordan interviewing like the left rear tire changer in a NASCAR.
No, I wasn't
pit crew.
saying that. I was
He's not.
No, I wasn't saying
He's not
that.
going to interview anybody from NASCAR. He's
Yeah,
an
I don't
owner.
think so.
He's going to interview, Stephon Curry or Steph Curry, or he's going to interview, LeBron James, or he's going to interview James Harden, or he's going to interview whatever.
By the way, I know people hate basketball. I love it. There's some great playoff games going on right now, man. So the Knicks are about to make the Eastern Conference Finals.
Can you just keep me posted on my Pacers? They're one game from maybe possibly facing the Knicks.
Well, yeah, the Knicks are up 3-1 and the Pacers are up 3-1. So,
and I'm hearing the Greek Freak from Milwaukee is thinking about defecting and getting the hell out of Milwaukee, and he's now open to talking to other teams. People thought he would never leave Milwaukee, but it sounds like he's frustrated with ownership, and is that true?
Yeah, he's looking to win a championship.
When I return, Harvey Weinstein back on trial?
Well, I think the verdict was thrown out because of, judicial error. Again, like they're trying to do maybe with Diddy, is bring in witnesses that have nothing to do with the specific crime just to inflame the jury, and it becomes appealable.
Harvey Weinstein name-dropped Gwyneth Paltrow after an alleged assault. Accuser says, Harvey Weinstein, I made Gwyneth Paltrow and Phoebe, Penelope Cruz, I'm assuming, famous, so do as I say. Accuser testifies in New York City. So it looks like somebody's testifying somewhere in a court.
He's a handsome fellow, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. And just think all the things I'm just going to go ahead and I'll sled through this. And then when we come back, I got that girl from there's a boy who's playing girl sports in California.
No, not again.
And won the high jump competition. People are full hot on that one. The Dallas Mavericks with a 1.4% chance of getting the overall number one first pick, because the NBA just doesn't do it like the NFL does, where the worst record gets the first pick. The NBA takes, I think, the top 10 teams and puts like the worst team will have like 10 cards, and the next worst team will have 9 cards, and the third it goes down like that. Isn't it something like that, Seth? It's like a lotto.
Yeah, it's a lottery with ping pong balls.
Right, and the Mavericks had a 1.4% chance of winning the overall first pick, and they got it, and they're taking that kid from Duke.
Oh yeah,
that guy from Duke's locked in as the number one pick, isn't he?
The info last night, I hate that I don't have it in front of me, but I think a franchise or the financial impact it meant to get the number one pick last night, I think was around between $100 and $500 million.
Yeah.
Wow. I remember when a couple of these teams got that first pick, and it made all the difference in the world. Like when they got Shaq. That made a huge difference to the team.
Or Kobe.
Those are massive difference. Or LeBron. Those are franchise players that really changed the sport.
They're getting back to that now. Wembanyama, didn't he make a big difference with the Spurs?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But the Spurs still were one of the worst teams in the league, though, weren't they?
Yeah, they had a lot of injuries, but it's part of the building process. It's tough to get one 19-year-old and have them take you from the worst team in the league to the best team in the league. It's a process, but when you collect these incredible players along the way, you're going to develop into something great, like Oklahoma City is right now, being in the Western Conference playoffs.
Is Paul George still in the league?
Barely.
Who's he? Who was
Philly?
Harvey Weinstein accuser Kaja Sokla claims that Weinstein bragged about making stars out of Gwyneth Paltrow and Phoebe Cruz right after allegedly assaulting her as a teen. Here you go, Dan. Testifying in Manhattan Supreme Court Thursday. So he's back in court. Man, New York's got two. They got Weinstein on one side of town and P. Diddy on the other. I mean, the P. Diddy thing, I've never seen anything covered this extensively in my entire life.
Really?
Even the OJ trial?
No,
Really?
they didn't have the capabilities of the OJ trial with social media.
They did the best they could, though, man.
They did the best they
That
could.
was televised start to finish. Every minute of it.
Testifying in Manhattan Supreme Court, this woman, age 39, said she wanted to scream after the alleged assault at 16, but Weinstein told her that she had to obey him and keep quiet if she wanted a career like the big time names, like the two big names that he had dropped. As for the alleged assault, she said that Weinstein picked her up for lunch. She's 16 at this time. Took her to his Soho loft in New York City. Allegedly touched her vagina. Forced her to touch his penis in the bathroom before he ejaculated on the floor. And he's he's like a rookie.
So this looks like the trial that was hung. This is the continuation.
Oh, so the one
retrial.
So the hung.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, oh, he's going to win it, or he's going to win. They came back.
Yeah.
This is round 2.
This is round 2.
Usually, Dan, statistically, the state usually wins round 2.
Oh, because for two reasons.
Because they figured out what they did wrong, and they've had a chance to pool the jurors. They've had the chance to see what the jurors liked and didn't like, because it's not illegal to talk to jurors after the trial. And that's on both sides of the fence, the prosecution and the defense. Jay would know better than us, but statistically, I bet you it's 90-10 that the state prevails on a second retry. She recalled looking to his eyes into the bathroom mirror, noting that they were black and scary, and claimed the now disgraced movie producer warned her for the alleged assault had to stay between them if she wanted a successful shot in the business like Gwyneth and Cruz.
Did she have one? Did she have a big career?
I think she might have. No. The woman testified that she was terrified of Weinstein, but was still hoping that he'd help her acting career. So she met him again in 2004.
Oh.
Where he allegedly assaulted her a second time. She also testified about the 2006 incident when Weinstein allegedly forced oral sex on her.
So
when you force oral sex, so he gave her oral sex. Is that what?
I guess.
Allegedly forced oral sex on her.
His face is ribbed for her pleasure.
Oh.
Well, he has a deformity in his penis.
He does. He has a deformed penis.
Well,
He's also got
his
his face is the texture of the moon.
His testicles were removed.
Weinstein was convicted in 2020. Hold on. Weinstein was convicted in 2020, but those convictions were tossed after an appeals court ruled his constitutional rights were violated. Now prosecutors are going after him again in a retrial. This girl didn't testify in the first trial. So Dan, they went and found this girl for the second trial. She wasn't part of the first trial.
So they found another one.
Yeah, the first one, I guess the reason is because the girl, I guess, didn't explain how his unit worked or looked.
Actually, she was wrong in describing it.
Exactly.
The reason why, Dan, and the first one got thrown out was because when describing his penis, the person that was testifying in the first trial was wrong. He has a deformed penis.
And yeah, he does. His testicles are removed.
Now, here's the deal. If you have your testicles removed, how can you ejaculate? Dan, you're a doctor.
Some of it's prostate fluid, prostatic fluid.
So that's called pre-seminal fluid?
Pre-seminal fluid's different, but it's the prostate mixes with your sperm to form the ejaculate.
So your testicles aren't where your sperms...
No, that's where the sperm comes from, but the juice with the sperm, the soup. The broth.
But they put him. His testicles in his inner thigh.
Oh my!
No,
for hormones, not for ejaculation.
No,
They kept
hold on. You're saying that Harvey Weinstein has his testicles sewn to his inner thigh?
Yes, they removed him and put him in his inner thigh.
In or sewn, or has he got?
No, they're not dangling from the side of his thigh.
He's got ball legs.
No, he doesn't have ball legs. Someone bumps into him like, oh my God. He like leans
Oh my
over.
God, you hit my nuts. but Harvey, I just hit the side of your I hit the side of your leg. That's where my nuts are.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Put you where you needed to be is what it is.
No, it did, man. It's such a delicate thing.
You got a post-it underneath your chair.
No, I know. Sorry for.
Don't be sloppy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. It means a lot to me.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all. That his testicles are in his thigh.
Oh my God, man. Oh fuck, Lummy.
You think that guy wouldn't be such a fucking weirdo with his testicles in his thigh?
I don't think anybody would want. It's really hard to even. It's really
I
hard.
wouldn't be showing that off.
Well, if you're a rapist, you really can't fight the urge.
I guess that's true. What's up there, merchant? What's it for? Mary Coke. What's up, Cash? Who is Buzzer Bob? What's up, Xerxes? Alright, how are you doing? Oh, just let it. Oh, Rogers, good morning. That thumbs up button. It's under his knee. That's even better. Oh, I think Jay's here. Woohoo! That'd be pretty interesting. Glenn Longnecker. Little side pocket. Oh, Shaq, good morning. Yeah, Jay's here. He's talking. Seraph Thomason? Is that how you say her name? What's up, Paper Towel Willie? Seraph. True, DJ Brown. Yeah, but who was in our first pick overall? DJ Brown.
2 minutes, 6 seconds.
I am Cooper Lips. You can't see it.
So you're the man.
You just let that slam, huh?
We gotta start doing more stuff.
I would love to. It's real weird couple of months.
I know, but
Are you doing anything?
no, he's being out of there.
Really?
Hey, Johnny Friendly.
So,
Yeah, you leaving? Oh, okay.
are you leaving, buddy?
I am.
You out of here?
Yeah.
Is that your new deal? 8:30 and you're gone. You switch out.
Yeah.
Go to your own studios.
Got to get to the coffee house.
I had a dream that I was sitting next to him on a bench doing something, and you were around too. And I don't remember what we were watching. We were watching like a sport or something like that. He was just on the bench, or like a stadium seat sitting next to me watching it. still.
Week 16, 18.
Daniel Rose.
Commercial.
Daniel Rose yesterday.
Say it?
That's from Daniel Rose, I believe.
Yeah. It's a wheeze.
Hey, Bubba, I guess Davey's running NXT team in Indy. Do you know what that means?
Oh, yeah.
He said if you want to interview him at any point, let him know. Davey Jr.
What up, Thomas? What up, Weeze?
Big Weeze. Indy NXT team. I guess that's like maybe Indy Lights or something.
Indy Next?
Yeah, it must be.
Yeah, it's like an Indy Light type thing.
Yeah.
Unless NXT is a company.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Let me be looking out for my Toyo tires.
I'm looking for him.
To see my good friend Stan Chen. Jay, I mean, in all the exotic cars you've had, have you ever had Toyo tires?
If not, you should get them, Jay.
No, yeah, if not, slap them on immediately.
What's that promo code?
Oh, I don't think I have a promo code with the Toyo tires. Although I need to get a hold of because
a couple fans were asking.
Here's the deal: I don't think you can buy Toyo tires directly from Toyo Tire. I think Toyo Tire. You can go to TOYO ToyoTire.com. They have a unbelievable search engine that you put your vehicle in there, and it'll tell you what the 5 to 10 different tires they make for the vehicle. But then you got to take that to your nearest Toyo dealership, and that's where you get them. I don't think they're like. I don't think you can order them directly from Toyo. I don't think so. But Jay, you may have not. What kind of tires do Ferraris usually have?
Pirellis
or Bridgestones.
Pirellis
We did
or
Bridgestones for a long
Michelin, Pilot Sport Cup 2s.
Yep, those are the 3 tires.
What do you guys run on your race cars?
Slicks.
Pirellis.
Well, I know, but
Pirelli
they're
Slicks.
not called
Pirellis
Slicks, Jay. They got a brand name. They don't say SLICKS on the side of them. The white letters don't say Slicks.
The Ferrari runs Pirelli Slicks. What was your
Hankook.
Hancooks?
Yeah.
How much, they say in racing, tires and shocks win races. How many
shocks?
In dirt.
Suspension and tires. I mean, mechanical
Yeah.
traction makes all the difference in the world.
Do you guys have traction control? Are you allowed traction control?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
See, like in all the racing that that's like kid touching traction control. What?
Yeah.
How many?
No ABS
how
or
many
traction control.
laps can you? How long will a tire last you at Sebring? Because I know that's not the smoothest of courses. It's kind of seashell and kind of abrasive.
About 40 to 50 laps.
I would say maybe 3 days, like
Not
full
even.
weekend and maybe a day extra.
But if you're lap counting, Dan says 40 to 50 laps.
At speed, yeah,
you're doing
40 to
10
50
laps a
laps.
session,
But
11.
3 of them are slow. So you're doing 7, you do maybe 20 laps a day. So I think about 40, 50 laps, the tire's good to crap, especially when the big boys drive on them.
Well, that's true. Those guys that
they're
they do
laying
half
rubber.
an hour
They're
races
laying
on a set
rubber.
of tires that Danny and I use in a weekend.
Well, here's the deal. When the big boys are running, they're laying rubber, and so now your tires are gripping that much more, which causes that much more wear.
Right. And so, when you have 30 cars with the same exact kind of tire and they're laying the same exact rubber, then you're right. Those tires will absolutely work better.
Yep, exactly.
But when you got 100 people on the track running 100 different types of tires, it's not so much that way.
Now, have you guys found yourself gravitating away from Sebring and going to the new Tampa Enclave?
Way more.
Like it just is it
90-10?
Is it as good of a course?
It's really fun, and it's paved in gold, basically. So I can go through tires now that takes me months. I used to go through a set of brake pads in 3 days at Sebring, and now it will take me 3 months.
Right.
It's not as intense of a track.
It's not as intense of a track, but
it's nice.
If you need to get your need for speed and just that racing that's what type of racers you guys are. You're not, you don't do it for a living. You guys are hobbyists. But on a very high level, they call it doctor racing is what if you guys didn't know.
Gentleman racing.
Yeah, and it's really rich dudes that show up at the track and your car's ready for you. You get in, you drive it, and when you get done, you jump back in your regular car, and go home. And your crew puts it back in the hauler and fixes anything that you wrecked on it, puts the new tires on, the new brake pads. It's gentleman's racing.
Yes, for sure.
But I mean, the Enclave is good enough to get that urge out of your system.
100%.
At probably
95%.
At probably a third of the cost, if not half.
You don't have hotel rooms. You don't have all the trailers. The cars are already there because the garage, you can keep the cars there.
And you're 20 minutes from there instead of 3 hours.
And the other thing, Bubba, is we would go to Sebring sometimes, and we get there, Friday night with Terry and a couple other guys. We take them all out to dinner.
Sure.
We had hotel rooms for everybody.
Right.
We get up the next day, and
Breakfast.
within an hour, and then within an hour or two of being there, one of the cars or both of the cars are not working, and it's a catastrophic problem. So now you've slept 6 people. You've got hotel rooms for 2 nights. You paid for the track for 2 days, and so it's literally thousands of dollars. You just gets pissed out of the water because you weren't able to race. And this place, if it has a break, if something breaks, you're like, okay, go home, take it to the garage. I'll see you next weekend.
And by the way, the garage is on premise.
Right.
So
It's a 1 minute. It's like 30 seconds.
Is it doing well?
Yes, exceptionally well, and the track is great. And it's I'll bring you out there, Bob. I can literally bring you out as a guest, and you could even drive.
I'd love to.
Can you drive any type of car?
Yes.
Yeah, if you have a street car, if I brought you out as a guest, you could drive lead follow right off the bat. They have 3 categories.
Like Bacha's car would work well.
Lead follow, and then it's got group 2, which is you can pass anywhere, but you have to be kind of comfortable, and then group 3, which is like you must be able to pass or pass anywhere.
Right.
Be passed or pass anywhere. And
and like through turns, you got to be able to pass someone through a turn, which is, it's a skill.
But they have autocross there, Bubba. They have a dynamics pad. They have an off-road track. They have a Jeep track. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah,
it's a car guy's paradise.
I'd love to go see. Here is the now, Seth, were the 76ers the odds-on favorite?
No.
This just did they have it in Philadelphia? Because
I don't.
These are the Mavericks guys, I think, but sitting at a 76ers table. So I don't know how that.
It was in Chicago, I believe.
The second pick will be made by the San Antonio Spurs, and that means that the number 1 pick in the 2025 NBA draft goes to the Dallas Mavericks.
And this guy's like, man, maybe I can keep my job after trading the one dude. And they're saying,
Rolando Blackman, all smiles, 4-time All-Stars.
There's the number 1 guy that's going overall from Duke, right?
Yes,
celebrating.
Is it Flagler?
Cooper Flag.
The Dallas Mavericks had a 1.8%.
Now, is the NBA a lot like the NFL where there's not a lot of negotiating? The first pick is kind of locked into what the guy last year made plus like 3 or 4% more? Like they have a template, so that guys can't hold the teams up for a bunch of money.
Yeah.
So this guy will get like a couple million, maybe $1 million more than Webb got last year.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what it is, but you get your big deal in the NBA when you get your second contract, and you can get your Supermax deal.
Then you get your Supermax deal.
Yeah.
That chance to win the number 1 pick overall in next month's draft. They had never won the lottery.
Cheesy game
Again,
show.
they had the chance to get in the top
The production
40.
quality is terrible of that versus the NFL draft.
And Dallas isn't a bad place to be for Cooper.
Here is
better than Utah.
The state high jump champion of California.
Very feminine.
And there's a dad, and of course, in California, they're going to put the heat on the dad. They're going to put the heat on the dad, the Dan Diaco that's yelling because Sophia's got second, and Dan's like, he's a boy. He's a boy. And you know what? That's the bad guy. In California, they're like, oh my God, be quiet. Yeah. In California, that guy who's sticking up for his biological daughter, who just had the first place high jump championship ripped from her, because some dude who couldn't place in the high jump competition as a boy tucked his wiener, put some makeup on, and smoked the girls. And now the guy that yells calls him a boy because he represents the second place girl. He's the bad guy. What a bunch of woke ass bitches out in California.
All right, here we go. That's a boy! That's a boy!
So they beat the second place person by 8 feet, so that she.
Hold on, not by 8 feet.
Yeah, I said 40-foot jump. I'm saying just one of the categories there. 40-foot jump. She was able to do the 40-foot jump, and the next person at second place did a 32-foot.
That's a three jumper. That's a three jump. The hop, skip, jump. The triple jump.
That's called the triple jump.
Okay. Because no one's jumping 40 feet, dude.
Poor Lummy, man.
But still.
No, but hold on.
Let me just try to backfill Willie here.
That's a triple jump.
The triple jump.
Not in the high jump. There's not.
40-foot high jump.
I mean,
That would be over
kangaroos.
overpass.
Kangaroos can't jump 40 feet.
4 stories.
4 stories.
No prison can contain him.
That's exactly Alcatraz was.
Superman crap.
Here we go.
Boy! That's a man!
Listen. Then that somebody else cat calls him back. Listen.
That's a boy! That's a man!
You're a girl. And you're her father or something like that. Let me see. Let me hold on here. So anyway.
So in those kind of sports, the triple jump, they're usually down to like inches, not feet.
No.
It's not 8 feet. That's ridiculous.
According to, this is Lummy, I think this might be her. Is this according to this particular person, Hernandez knocked 3 girls out of making the California state finals. So just think about this. 3 girls.
I'd be mortified if it was
didn't
my
get a
daughter.
chance to go to state. Considering he qualified for the high jump, long jump, and triple jump. I told some girls that were in tears, realizing that they were at risk of finishing 10th and being displaced. Shameful. Now, Lummy, who is this? Is this like a reporter?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's a person reporting on it.
Is she an activist reporter or just a pure reporter?
I'm not sure. I know the jumper's name is A.B. Hernandez.
A.B.?
Yeah.
Does a man have a cervix?
Ass blaster?
No.
Oh, cervix.
Oh. And if men menstruate, I'm intrigued. Where does the tampon go? How is it implicit bias to believe only women can give birth? Does a man have a uterus? No. Does a man have a cervix? No. Does a man have a vagina? No.
I wish I did.
I like her.
I'd be worth a lot of money.
We all did have vaginas at one point, though.
We did?
Yeah, in the uterus. Every boy starts off as a girl.
Well, doesn't your penis start out as a clitoris?
Sort of, yes.
And then it blossoms in either into a penis or it stays a clitoris.
Correct.
Thus, males do not have a menstrual cycle. Let me repeat that. Males do not and cannot have a menstrual cycle.
Thank God. Because I could not deal with Seth on his period.
Oh, man. Can you imagine Danny on his? Danny and Seth in the same room?
Danny and Seth on the same cycle?
Yeah.
Oh,
we'd all have the same cycle. Because we'd all have periods the same week, Bubba, because we're with each other so much.
Exactly.
I'm sure you'd be a real walk in the park, Sponjo.
Lummy, you got an extra tampon, Lummy?
Yeah, let me go get it. Mine's extra.
You got the super absorbent kind. That's the kind I need.
It's extra wide.
Man does not have a
Stick a roll of paper towels in there.
a uterus or a vagina. How could a man get pregnant? How would a baby come out of a man? Let's walk through basic biology.
What are we talking? What's going on
This
here?
is the woman who is reporting on it. The little click.
She's a little bit of an activist. She's a little bit of an activist.
Go up top to the left or backwards in that area where you were up top of Sophia Lyria.
But I know, but what?
I think she's the one that reported on it.
I know, but what's this meeting for?
It's a Menstrual Product Accessibility Act.
She wants,
bill.
Like, she wants tampons and stuff in girls' bathrooms.
No, they're trying to get them in men's, and she's objecting.
Oh,
Menstrual Product Accessibility Act.
Come on. putting tampon machines in.
It's like Tampon Tim.
No. Here's the argument, though. It's backwards. This is a woman that identifies as a man, but still has to menstruate, so she can get a tampon in the men's bathroom. That's what this is for. It's for the opposite problem.
So what now? One more time.
You're just totally guessing.
So
He's guessing
a woman trying to identify as a man. This is the only reason you put tampons in a boy's bathroom,
Correct.
Jay, is be a woman that identifies as a man, goes into the
and you
man's
need
bathroom
tampon.
on her period, and she needs a new tampon.
We just need to tell her, and when you need a new tampon, you got to play girl. You're gonna have to go to your roots and get your tampons out of there, because we're not configuring all boys' bathrooms with tampon machines.
Only females
Or go. You know what? Go to the office. We'll have them for you up there.
Yep.
have to endure monthly menstruation where the lining of the uterus sheds, causing blood to flow from their uterus through their cervix and out of their vagina. The biological,
That's a
scientific
good point,
truth.
Bubba. All they got to do is go to the school nurse. No one needs it in the bathroom because that's what young women do now. Young girls, they go to the school nurse.
Just go to school nurse.
You ask
School
the
nurse will
teacher.
whip one out for you. No big deal. Here, go do what go do insert it or do it. But I don't know.
Is only women can
I don't know how to do it.
give birth. During childbirth, the cervix expands so the baby can travel from the uterus through the vagina. A man does not have a...
This is AB 2319, the California Dignity in Pregnancy and Childbirth Act. Now, what does that mean? We're trying to,
the naming is
We
great.
can continue to guess based on California. It's somehow trying to categorize men as being able to get pregnant because
A
she's
cervix?
making a distinction.
a uterus or a vagina. It's time to put women in need before your political agenda. This
I like when she
bill
says
also
vagina.
requires state-owned buildings.
I do like when women say vagina in
In an angry method.
No, in an official capacity.
Right.
to provide menstrual products in male restrooms,
There it
pushing
is.
the lie that men can have a menstrual cycle. This
I've seen enough. Enough period
not
talk
for
for the
that.
day.
Hey, can I open this package from Dan Rose?
Yeah, go ahead. Then we'll go into words because I'm going to come back out with the P Diddy stuff, and it may take the rest of the day, and Jay's expertise opinion as well.
Wasn't it just day one yesterday?
And it was.
Yes.
It was.
Lord.
Hold on. And
It's gonna take us a day
hold
to
on.
analyze day one.
They go through. Hold on. They go through a complete timeline of the night before, where there was only 100 available tickets or seating for 100, and people are selling their tickets for $300. So you have to stand in line at night in order to be one of the 100 that get to be able to witness this as the public, and then those people are scalping those tickets to get in the courtroom.
Jeez.
And Dan, so to open up your we opened up our packages yesterday from Daniel Rose after you've left. And so this is your package from Daniel Rose.
Thank you, Dan Rose.
Then we'll go into words and start breaking down the P. Diddy stuff.
It is a Brian Piccolo football card.
Oh, that's your favorite?
Well, at Gail Sayers.
Well,
So it's a story from Brian's song.
Yeah, from Brian's song.
It's wonderful. Thank you. That's so thoughtful, Dan. I appreciate it, Dan
That's
Rose.
probably worth
hundreds of dollars, if not more.
For sure.
You can't get them signed.
Can I put a nail in the coffin of that former story? Because it's exactly what I thought.
You mean, hold on.
The
hold on.
transgender
Shh,
story.
Stop, Jay. Yes, you may, but will you be honest with me?
Yes.
It's only to make Dan look wrong.
No. No, because they're two different laws. Not that one.
I'm just saying. Yes, you may.
Thank
yes, you may. But I think it's also to kind of put a little something in on Dan, because you were trying to tell Dan he was wrong.
Well, the last one was the California Dignity in Pregnancy and Childbirth Act, where she was talking about a cervix and giving birth, and the implication was they're trying to recognize people who can't give birth. And here's what it says. The bill made a legislative finding that the legislature recognizes all birthing people, including non-binary persons and persons of transgender experience. And she's saying there's no such thing. A transgender woman is a man. A man doesn't have a cervix. A man doesn't have a uterus. The cervix does not open for the uterus to allow the baby to come through.
So she's actually on the right side of our argument.
Correct.
Meaning she's common sense like us.
The term birthing people.
Birthing people are women, genetic women. That's what that's.
No,
a
Dan.
birthing person
Now I
is
will be
defined
right.
as
Now
a genetic
I will be right,
woman.
Bubba.
A birthing person
is called a woman.
That's what, but they call a woman a birthing person.
Dan, they call it all birthing people, comma, including non-binary persons
Women.
and persons of non-binary persons.
Okay,
and persons of transgender experience. You're wrong.
A birthing person is a genetic female, Jay.
Dan, you're
Look at the
wrong.
definition on. I'm right.
You're wrong.
Look it up, guys.
Dan, you might be
You're
right,
wrong.
but in
100%.
California's definition of it is what Jay's saying.
Okay,
Correct.
Look up. Let's look up the California's definition of a birthing person.
Jay's not arguing about what common sense says a birthing person is. Jay's arguing what California's trying to shove down your throat.
Right.
But Jay, a birthing person does not include a guy that's transitioning into a woman. That's not a birthing person. That's not it. It's
That's
talking
not what
about a woman
California says.
transitioning into a boy.
Except in their definition, which says comma,
comma,
including non-binary persons and persons of transgender experience.
Right. So I'm saying a woman that's trying to become a man. A birthing person.
Okay, Dan. CNN. Straight out of DNN.
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 The Dan Nonsense Network.
Yeah, which blows out the ratings on the JNN.
But what you need to realize is the DNN works for the JNN.
That's right.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
All day. And your headphones just broke.
No, he didn't, did it?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. For real?
Yeah.
Let me look at it.
Maybe I can get this thing.
Let me look at it immediately. Let me gone.
I think maybe I can get this thing on
Comma.
I do like that. I do like that. I was just trying to be obnoxious.
I was like, I'm hanging on this fucking comma.
Comma. Because Danny's big on grammatical interpretation.
Yeah, because one comma or one something could change the whole meaning.
Right. When there's a comma within the same definition, it says including, and so he knows what that means.
I'll say commas are my weakness. Sometimes I add them just, because it feels right.
I do too. I'm OCJ. Over comma. What's up, Dave Rock? Van Bon, I don't know that Dan's right. D. Thomas Gilson.
I just died and your Dan is right.
What's up, Bubba Lips?
I've lost 30 pounds. I have no desire to be skinny. I love being a plus-size
Beach Metal
girl.
Detectives?
I just wanted to be healthier for me.
Well,
When my grandmother died, I knew that
I don't
diabetes
know.
was
There's lots of
hereditary.
debates about
That
it.
was my wake-up call. With Mochi Health, I've lost 30 pounds. I have no desire to be skinny. I love being a plus-size girl. I just wanted to be healthier for me. When my grandmother died, I knew that diabetes was hereditary. That was my wake-up call. For these medications, they are designed for long-term use. With Mochi Health, I never feel alone. It's about progress, not perfection.
That's the whole
I've lost 30
tampon
pounds, and I'm more immune.
is putting those
Check
in
out
boys'
joinmochi.com.
bathrooms. So
The
that
Diddy trial is underway. There have been open statements, and their trial is
identify, which is ridiculous, or is it so girls who identify as boys can use it, which is ridiculous because they can just go to the clinic. Bubba pinned it right there. Good morning, Johnny Z. Fraley. It's pretty simple. Just have a unisex bathroom and tampons in the clinic, and it's all over.
How about bring your own fucking tampon? How about that?
Yeah.
Always be prepared for leaking.
Snezuki says you're having a great show today, Sethy.
What? Who?
Snezuki Slayer.
Oh.
Can you tell Seth I said he's having a great show today for me. You tell him yourself, Snizuki. Paying attention. What's up, Sicilian Redneck? How you doing, buddy? Good morning, Erwin Fletcher. Right back at you, Sicilian Redneck, my boy. A tampon in case of a busted nose, that would work.
You know, I relied on society a little bit when we were going through COVID and it was all over the place, but now you can't fucking find it anymore. So I bring my fucking shit everywhere.
What's up, FJ Bar?
I'm not relying on the school bathroom to sanitize these fucking hands.
Heather Wiz.
All right, we got more cases of Aquabiate.
Okay, thank you.
Just delivered it.
Okay, we got more cases.
That's interesting. Sarah.
Time to put the core away.
They should be talking about boys using condoms so they don't have babies.
I thought it's funny, Heather.
What up, Von Baum? I'm just in chat. People are.
That's the real thing, Seraph, that people aren't talking about. Don't worry about your name. Pesticides in the tampons.
That's right.
Oh, isn't that toxic shock syndrome? Isn't that what?
Yeah.
Isn't that what that was?
Yeah,
that was
they
a
leave it in too
That was
long.
a big deal in the '80s, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, if they leave it in too long, I think it's like 24 more hours. They got to take it out.
Yeah, I think it's sort of like a pretty small timeline that it goes south on you.
For sure.
And I used to leave mine in for days before I found that shit out, man.
Well, it doesn't work the same in the butt. Johnny 804. What
Oh,
else?
don't tell Seth.
It was THC oil.
That must have gone straight to the brain. Right in the brain blood flow there.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto Studios. Aquabeto.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Let me a very good day on Rumble today. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Tell Sarah that like today was like perfect, like exactly as we had discussed, much like the first day. Numbers at one time, I think. Let me. What we're 20. Did we break our record?
Not today. No, we came close.
What is the official record?
23. Let me see.
23,000 plus.
26,320.
Oh my God, we got that many one time.
5/8. So whatever 5/8 was. Thursday, May 8th.
We were over 20 today.
Yes, we
Weren't
hit 21,000.
21,000
Really?
today. Yes, at one time. Yeah. The new deal we cut with Rumble. Rumble's been great, and we're getting ready to work with some advertisers, and it's been great. We've been working out the bugs. I think we're all on the same page right now.
Yes.
And thank you.
You got Lummy jamming them up every day?
No, Lummy today. The report back to Sarah, if you would.
Yes.
Would be like, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you so much. I look forward to our continuing our partnership, working hard for you, and tell me what I can do for you, my friend.
Perfect. I got you over his stuff too.
Oh, you did to get the merch crick?
Yep.
All right, fantastic. But by the way, the Fat Man Dunk 3 shoes are ordered. They will be in about 6 weeks. Can't wait to ship those out. I think we reordered straw hats and tactical bags, and I think a white Bubba Army, Air Bubba, Dunkin' the Donut shirts, and a few other things. Restocking the Bubba Army merch store, Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army store, BubbaArmyShop.com. So now, I need literally an hour to cover this Diddy deal. In all the years of being on the air in whatever capacity, I have never, in OJ, the OJ trial may have surpassed this if they had the means to be able to get the data out on OJ. Now, the only thing that OJ had over this was that OJ was a state trial. So, and you got to watch it gavel to gavel, like literally.
Casey Anthony, too.
Yeah, Casey Anthony, but I don't think Casey Anthony is near the star, and I don't know that they I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not 9 different, and these are all there's 500 stories about this event.
Yes.
But these are 9 stories that I would love to cover that I simply just can't. I cannot. But every angle of everything that was, and so first starts out with, this is one of the federal artist renderings, because don't forget you're in federal court now, and there's no electronic cameras, no media. Media is allowed to just take notes and copious notes or type on their computers, and then any visual has to be an artist rendering. So I don't know who these 3 people are. Obviously, this is P. Diddy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's harding
and it
out
looks
his
like
family.
it looks like he's giving a heart to his family.
Yeah.
Am I assuming that's your honor? Is that the judge? And am I assuming this might potentially be his attorney? I mean, like, it doesn't really kind of tell you who's what here.
No.
So I'm gonna get rid of that. This particular site gives you minute by minute as to what happens. Starting at 7:04, key things to know about this trial. At 7:25, what will become of Sean P. Diddy Combs' music legacy? Experts weigh in on the following indictment. Now, is this part of the trial, or is this just an article?
Just an article speculating on how this is going to affect his music legacy.
This is like
some experts believe the severity of the alleged crimes may tarnish his career moving. Well, I got to think that.
I mean, what are they talking about? With like the public or with people in the industry? Because I don't think like the people really thought that he was, some sort of a brilliant guy. I mean, he was obviously a mogul, but I don't really know a whole lot of people that took his music seriously.
Yeah. 7:40, P. Diddy said he was a little nervous as trial got underway. The first day of jury selection was briefly paused last week when the hip-hop entrepreneur said he was a little nervous and needed a bathroom break. A lot of times, Jay, that's because I need to tell my attorney something.
Put the Dasani water out.
One time, I remember me and Jay. It was actually MJ took the break, but we didn't need to regroup. But we needed to talk about a few things. Normally, I would just pass Jay notes, but so we go to the bathroom, and I just start blabbing away, and Jay said shh, and he checks underneath each stall to make sure nobody's in there, and then we continued our talk. But Jay was like, shh, somebody could be in here. On May 5th, 36 potential jurors were questioned by Judge Arun. I can't even begin to pronounce his last name. I actually think that TMZ
kind of breaks it down a little bit better.
Kind of breaks it down.
Didn't you
best.
think it was more than just 4 charges based on all the salacious things that you heard? I mean, it's 1 count of racketeering conspiracy.
Okay.
2 counts of sex trafficking and 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. So it's a 5-count indictment.
And here's the deal.
And
if
I mean, he's got 400 lawsuits against him.
Well, yeah, civil, right?
Yeah, which makes me think that those are probably not as airclad or airtight as these other cases.
Well,
I mean,
aren't they having
the
a
government
problem?
had everything.
And the problem that they're having is, I heard that one of the 3 girls, or one of the really, really potential great witnesses for the prosecution, is a no-show, and they can't find her.
I heard that too.
Yeah, and like it's freaking them out. I think TMZ breaks this down the best.
Have been opening statements, and there is now testimony in the case. And the opening statements kind of predictably laid out the prosecution's case and Diddy's defense.
But what the prosecutors started with a bang.
See, Jay, I didn't know there's only 5. So if you get the 2, which are double whammies of the same charge, right? If you get one thrown out, likely the other one gets thrown out, right? The ones where there's 2 charges of potentially transportation, for which is basically he sent his driver to pick up a couple hookers.
I assume it's like, you flew him from New York to Miami to have a freak off party.
Yeah, you flew in some side ass. You either flew him in or you had your driver go pick him up to bring him to a party.
Because none of these allegations are a minor.
Right. So okay, there's that. And then there's what are the 5 again?
1 count of racketeering conspiracy.
All right, that might be the only thing they get him on.
But then you need cooperating witnesses. A conspiracy requires an agreement with an overt act towards completing that conspiracy. So they've got to get somebody in his inner circle to say, oh, yeah, he definitely wanted to engage in prostitution and transporting prostitutes around. It's a hard one to prove.
All right, second.
2 counts of sex trafficking and 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution,
right,
which
so
sounded awful similar.
Which it sounds like that is the transportation part of the sex trafficking. So the sex trafficking is probably the transportation is probably
it's probably the limo driver, the pilot, the people that get them from the airplane to the hotels.
Right. And they call that human trafficking when it's just really called car service. That's what it's called.
Well, we'll see what the defense says.
Here we go.
With a statement that clearly they knew would get a lot of headlines, but more importantly, get the attention of the jury, talking about details, graphic details from the freak-offs. And we should warn the people watching this, this is going to get graphic. Right. There's a reason
and I think all the articles that I was going to show, which I might potentially go through maybe on a break to see, I think TMZ really does a good job on within 11 minutes breaking all this down. I think we forged through this and then see if there's any meat left on the bone with the other articles that these guys didn't get to.
Yeah.
They last week kept saying that to all the prospective jurors, it will be graphic. What was said this morning by the prosecution?
So, Jay, I mean, there's a chance he walks, right?
For sure.
Then what?
He's still going to be found liable for a lot of those civil infractions, or he will settle them a lot. I mean, I heard recently there's a lawyer that's investigating 400 claims, and he's potentially going to file 100 at a time.
But hold on, Jay. Let's not forget.
Civil case.
Civil versus crim. A lot of times things don't even go to crim, and you still get hemmed up on the civ.
Well,
and the crim is, in order to get you criminally, they need 99.9999% upon a reasonable, like all that, like they got to have you dead to right, like, no wiggle room at all. But on the civ, I need 50.01, right?
Yep.
50.01, and there might not even, and you know what? The crim you could even have walked on the crim, and they get you on the civ.
Yep.
Said that Diddy hired escorts for these freak-offs.
All right, so Diddy hired escorts for the is that really a bad? I mean, so you're hiring some hookers? I mean, if you put the hookers on the stand, they're like, yeah, he offered us a couple $1,000, and we went there and.
Yeah, but there's urinating in body parts and forced sex. I mean, you just got to just.
Yeah, maybe the hookers didn't agree to the golden shower.
Yeah, I mean,
get me on that one.
And they were trafficking to get urine.
And that it wasn't just sex. There were other acts that were going on.
The hookers are like, listen, we were just going to do, oral to everybody. Next thing we know, we're getting peed on. And
yeah, we thought we were just a missionary.
Yeah.
I didn't know they were going to doggy.
I didn't know we were going to get peed on.
He had them bang Cassie.
That's pretty hot.
The one they said that really got everyone's attention, they claimed that he hired escorts, on one occasion hired an escort and forced him to urinate.
Hold on. Forced him. He hired a male escort and forced him.
And forced him to urinate on Cassie.
Boy, she's just too pretty to pee on. Like, why would you want to pee on something that beautiful?
Because he's a perfectly normal guy.
Because he's an outstanding citizen, right?
Yeah. Oh God, yeah.
Pillar of the community.
P. Diddy for mayor.
He's got a key to the city in New York.
He does. Bet you they switched. They changed. They called the locksmith up on that one.
And
I mean, Cassie is absolutely stunningly gorgeous.
What kind of a freak do you have to be to not be satisfied with that? And you got to go get people to pee on her. That's allegedly. That's disgusting.
If I had that, I would be like, man, I'll be missionary. I'll be good. I'll wash the dishes. I'll treat you. I mean, you might. I don't want anybody peeing on her.
The thing is, I could prosecute this case and I could defend this case and I could give a closing argument or an opening statement, and you would want to believe me either way. Because there's so much in this that's like, is it bad to be? No, I'm not. This has nothing to do with P. Diddy, and I am not defending him. But there are people in this world that have fetishes that include golden showers, that include consensual sex with prostitutes and hookers and other people in open relationships. It's called swingers. There's a whole society of the United States that live with upside down pineapples. And for all I know, I assume the defense is going to be she did all this willingly.
Yeah.
She was consented to all of it. And the thing about this one that really upsets me is when he beats her. I can't. There's no way I can put a happy face on that elevator video.
I mean, I guess you just ask her, Cassie, did you want to get peed on?
Update, P. Diddy returned the key to the city, by the way.
That he forced not only the escort to do this, but
before they took it back.
But he duplicated it, though. He had lots of it duplicated.
Peed on it first.
Jay, doesn't it kind of show that with the way that he beat her and then dragged her back to the room that she didn't really have any control at all? I mean, with the way that he handled her, and therefore she probably couldn't say no if he wanted something like that done to her?
You know, you're making a really, really important distinction of how do you get that video into a trial without saying, look, he was a woman beater in the past and he's a woman beater now. You can't use it for that reason.
But they got it in.
But if you use it for what he's saying is, this shows that she was intimidated because she had been subject to physical and verbal abuse. And of course she wouldn't report it because this is what the ramifications of reporting it were.
Right.
So you make a very, very good distinction, Seth, because that is one of the exceptions of what that video could be allowed into evidence. Now, if you say, look, see, he beat her in the past, he must be a woman beater.
So
that's completely illegal because that's improper.
Even if she didn't want to be part of this freak lifestyle getting peed on, she couldn't really, in her own little mind, say object to it, because when she did object or try to leave, let's not forget this graphic footage from the hotel was when she was trying to distance herself from him because she wasn't digging what was happening. This is what happened.
Exactly.
So regardless of what, she didn't really have a say-so in it because she was scared to death. Here's what happens when she doesn't do what he says.
It's a really smart point, Seth.
The way the government lays it out. So we talked about this in our morning meeting today, so let's just be real here. This is shades of R. Kelly. And that
reason they brought that up first.
I mean, I don't think there's any question that R. Kelly paints a picture that kind of resonated with everybody. And the prosecution...
This does have very much shades of R. Kelly. And if you use what R. Kelly got, it ain't good for P. Diddy.
Mm-hmm. Came out of the gate with something that sounded similar.
They want to show him, they want the jury to see him see Diddy parallel to R. Kelly, who everyone knows is going to be in prison for almost all the rest of his life.
And so,
so if you got him convicted,
of course, and that's
you want it right.
And even convicted by public opinion. Even if, everybody in New York, by the way, half of R. Kelly's trials were in New York. So everybody in New York, this case being, of course, P. Diddy being tried in Manhattan, New York. If you live in New York, you've heard of the R. Kelly trials. You know the result of R. Kelly. You're familiar with what he went through. You're familiar with what he was accused of. You're familiar with what he was convicted of. So if you can draw that parallel with opening statements, you, Jay, as the prosecution, you already are halfway there on getting him convicted.
Mm-hmm.
And
in the court of public opinion.
It's effective.
Yeah.
They also, and I think this is going to become a really important part of this case on both sides. The prosecution painted Diddy as a violent, jealous man who could not handle any attention heaped on Cassie by any
God, she's beautiful.
other man.
Right. And that was part of their argument around the videotape, which obviously they mentioned as well. They talk about that beating, and the government was setting up what they know that Diddy's side is going to say this was not about forcing her to stay. This was an argument about jealousy, about she thought I was, found another phone number. So the government is trying to rebut that already. Right?
Well, yeah,
Saying,
and the defense.
I don't know, Jay. I don't know how you rebut. I don't know how you rebut this, Jay. If this turd is in your lap and you have to defend this, it would take every ounce of your skill set to try to come up with something to refute this. This video is so damning on so many different levels. It would be hard to defend even with the best attorneys.
This is why I don't do criminal defense law.
Exactly.
Because I don't want to make my money from rich guys that did terrible things to people. And, when you have a level of success, when you're in the criminal defense arena, it comes with a connotation that you got, murder money and drug money. And, I'd way rather be, affectionately referred to as an ambulance chaser than someone who's getting murderers out of jail.
Defense already came out of the gate in their opening statements.
All right, so what did the defense say about this?
Addressing that.
Okay.
And they are saying...
Okay, here we go. Jay, this is going to be interesting, right? What the defense is saying about the video.
That, A, Diddy is a violent man. They said that he has a huge anger issue, controlling his temper.
They said there's domestic. Yes, they said yes, there was domestic violence.
That's the key. That's the key. They are saying that this relationship was...
I don't know if that's the right tactic.
Is that a good defense?
I don't know. I mean, if I'm P. Diddy and they're telling me how my attorneys are telling me how they're going to lay this out, they're going to be like, hey, P. Diddy, we're going to say that you got a violence problem. We're going to say that there's domestic. I'm like, man, are you sure we want to do all that?
You're a wife beater, but you're not a sex freak.
Hold on.
Was steeped in domestic violence. And they're alleging on both sides it was the nature of their relationship. Now, domestic violence is a crime, but it's a state crime. He's not being prosecuted
that's not
for
what
that.
He's being prosecuted
so
for. And
that's
they also
where,
reminded the jury of that.
And that's why they're raising it right now. They're saying, look, we're conceding it. There was a lot of domestic violence, they say, on both sides. But
you're right. The jury may not be able to consider that as a charge that he's being charged with, but it gets into the back of their head as to what type of person this guy is. I don't know that you plant that seed, in my opinion. In my opinion, Jay, I don't know that you plant that seed just because you're not going to get in trouble for it on the state level. I think it could be more damning long term that you've admitted that he's a violent person.
I don't know what other spin you put on it.
I don't know.
If you want to target Diddy for a domestic violence abuser, guilty as charged. It's just he's not charged here. This would have been a state crime. It's not your job. Right. So they're coming out of the gate trying to diffuse what they know is coming next, which is the Cassie video.
He's a wife beater, but he's not a sex freak. That's the defense?
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, that's basically what they said. That he admitted in opening
exactly
statement
right.
to be.
Hold on. Why you say that again? Because it's exactly what they're saying. Say it again.
He's admitted to being a wife beater, but he's not a sexual freak.
Right. Man, that is risky. That is risky.
And look, I think that's a pretty sound strategy to basically concede on the issues that they can't really win. There was some violence. That video tells a pretty vivid story, but that's not what he's on trial for. However, I think the prosecutors have a pretty interesting case. It sounds like they're sort of kink-shaming Diddy about his private affairs, but the further you get away from the norm, where you have escorts who are saying that they were maybe ordered to urinate on Cassie, it starts to look like it can't be consensual. And that's what they want to convince the jury, is that...
Kind of like what Seth said.
Exactly.
And the fact that, you bring enough, the state brings enough evidence of these kink acts that it can't be consensual. And maybe the reason why Cassie couldn't say anything is because when she did speak up, she got her ass kicked.
No one wants to be urinated on, so saying these were consensual terms of a relationship gets harder to believe to a juror once you've established that he's doing things so far outside of the norm.
Yeah, and so, the defense said essentially,
here we go.
Look, this is his lifestyle, this is his life, and that they are essentially trying to go inside Diddy's bedroom to prosecute him when they couldn't get him elsewhere. It's stunning to me that this parallels exactly what one of the lead lawyers, Mark Agnifilo, told us in our documentary, The Downfall of Diddy. I believe it was the second installment. This is what Agnifilo said, and they presented essentially this to the jury.
Let's switch our focus to the government. In my opinion, I'm just going to say it the way it is. No friend historically of the successful black man. Okay? None. And they start making this case, in my opinion, as a takedown of a successful black man. Here's a man who has made some of the most important businesses owned by a black man. Run, owned, created, founded. The vision was that of a black man. What have we done?
Listen, if Elon Musk or Bill Gates or Zuckerberg or any affluent white
Weinstein
any affluent white guy was doing the same thing, it might even be worse for that guy. Don't make this a black or white thing, because it's not.
We have reduced him, not everyone, but a large amount of our society, to being a monster.
I would say, have you heard of Epstein? Have you heard of Weinstein? Those white men got the book thrown at them too for their kink. When your kink is illegal or you're doing illegal things within your kink, and then you have those people that you've hired to do illegal things testify against you, really doesn't matter what your ethnicity is, I don't think.
That should make us shake in our boots.
So
and that's essentially what Tony Garagos said during opening, that this is that she said the government has no business in his bedroom. They have no business judging him or trying to charge him with crimes based on how he lives his life consensually in his bedroom.
So there are three main charges here. There's racketeering.
So Harvey's going to break down, Jay, why it's, the racketeering part.
Difficulty prosecutors have in this case is racketeering is usually an organization. This one, they're focusing on an individual. The only person charged with racketeering is Diddy. Right. And they're saying essentially he ran a crime organization centered around all of this. The second thing they're arguing is this interstate transportation, which is what we call the Mann Act, which requires force or coercion or duress. And that's going to be a huge point that the defense is going to raise, namely that did these alleged victims, who were ex-girlfriends, most of them, did they do this consensually or were they pressured to do it?
Well, and are they bringing those women in as witness? I mean, as for testimony. I mean, hearing from them makes it a slam dunk for the state, I think.
You said 10 minutes ago Diddy was going to walk.
No, I said he could walk. I don't know the evidence against him. I don't know what they have. I know that they're hurting for one particular witness, but I don't know that they have. Well, I guess the male escort yesterday did testify that he peed on Cassie.
Yeah, but the traveling part has to be done by coercion or duress. They did it voluntarily, according to what I understand.
So if those girls tell the judge,
his girlfriends got on the plane, and that's what the defense will say is, we paid a prostitute, they got on the plane voluntarily. Right. These were my girlfriends, they got on the plane voluntarily. No one was coerced, no one was under duress. Everyone knew when they got on the plane we were going to a freak off, and they got on the plane with a smile.
The state's going to say that he said, bitch, if you don't get on this plane, I'm going to use whatever I have against you.
Right, I'm going to beat you like I did in that elevator.
Right, or I have they claim that he taped a lot of different stuff and that he would able to use that as blackmail.
Oh, the prosecutors did talk about that, not so much with Cassie, but with another ex-girlfriend who they're referring to as Jane Doe, and they said that she is going to testify that she was, having sex with these escorts, but she always wanted them to wear condoms, and Diddy forbade that. So they are not going to wear condoms. And she says that she admits taking drugs, and she's going to testify to that, but that she is going to say that she only took them to get through it.
That's not good for him.
But so let me just again, I mean, so
and
what we're saying is that years ago in a rock star party.
Hold on. Then after you get done, we're going to go into words so we don't get too far behind, and then we'll pick this up on the backspace. So go ahead.
Okay. So we're saying that back in the day, if somebody went to a rock star party and voluntarily took drugs, now they can say, I did it just to mask what I knew was going to happen?
That's what they're saying, but there's the bigger part of that is that she wanted condoms and he forbid condoms. Now that...
Well, she could have just stopped. Did he say, no condoms or I'm going to beat you down?
I don't know.
I mean...
Wasn't there.
I don't
ever
know.
use condoms. I got a vasectomy.
The whole thing is, it's just terrible. It's on all sides. The defense is terrible. They consented to it. It's like the Shannon Sharp thing.
And by the way, that has
baby gravy's my defense. It's terrible.
That has only just begun, right? I mean, that hasn't even really started. I mean, does that end up in trial?
Not if I'm his lawyer.
I know, but I mean,
settle quick.
It should be over.
It should be over by now.
There was no. It was a civil. Didn't she want $50 million?
Yeah, it was civ. There's no crim on that. That's a civ. Let me do some words and pick this back up, Lummy. Then I'm going to look at my other stuff during the commercials and see if there's any scraps I need to pick up on this deal.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Now, is casting... I'll have to ask Jay this.
Oh, man.
Fucking Knicks, baby.
What happened to Jason Tatum?
Oh, man, wait till you hear this.
I don't know. It looks like he broke his ankle. It was fucked up. He was like spinning around on the breakdancing in pain.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah.
But did it happen during a play, after a play, or was
No,
it
he slid into home
play.
plate, and then he bent his leg got kind of tucked underneath him, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, it almost looked like it happened before that.
Okay, here.
There it is. Oh, right there. Yeah, they're showing right there. Oh, yeah, he just twisted it wrong. That's weird. And a wheelchair going out. Crying. Oof. I hate seeing that.
All right, so I'm gonna open up, Jay, I'm gonna open up with this mail. I'm gonna open up with P. Diddy's family, a minute of them getting out of the arriving, and then I'm gonna get into TMZ. Kind of skipped over this male escorts testimony. I think there's some really some kick-ass shit we need to hear here. Then we're gonna go back over to TMZ, finish it out.
All right. $9.81. Smash the like button, everybody.
That's right. A big lunger.
And you 7,700 people over on Rumble. Smash the like button if you like what you're hearing. What's up, Stop and Go, Steve? How's everybody doing?
Get them up there, grouper lips.
Right up Highway 73. Scott Starboard, that's interesting. That's the whole OJ effect. Big longer, what's up, buddy?
Oh, man.
True.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
JD Ocko in the studio to the top of the hour. Then Seth will probably do his walk around the block to get his daily exercise and his head right. Maybe pee in the corner. Outside, not inside. And then
Are you gonna go upstairs?
I'm gonna no. You know, my urge to have to poop has subsided, so I'll have to wait later today. I'll go sit in my massage chair for 30 minutes, and then we'll come back with Clem Kush, probably 35 to 40. And we've been pretty much on time before. I think Seth. I think a few weeks ago we were like 5 minutes early.
It makes up for the other times.
Sure,
kind of.
Here is the family of Sean P. Diddy Combs arriving to the courthouse yesterday. Is that his sons and daughters and?
How's your father? How many kids does he have?
Looks like a lot.
Yeah, he looks just like.
Wow.
That guy right there looks just like P. Diddy. That kid.
Damn, I would just tell my family to not. I don't need the support for them to have to hear.
You'd be like, Phoebes, you and Sammy stay home.
Well, they have to hear these. Well, to have your kids hear these.
Yeah,
you're
right. I mean, not that they haven't seen it already, but to have to just go through it again with the scrutiny of the media being there,
That's
and then
a good point.
then you're right, Seth, and the fact that just their entrances and exits to the facility are a big clown show. And then you got reporters asking, how's your dad doing today? I think you're right.
He is. He turned 17. He's almost a young adult. I do not want my son walking in and out of a trial where my defense is, I'm a freak.
Yeah.
I'm a freak, son. I admit it.
Yeah,
I'm a freak.
At worst, he's a giant pervert.
Right. I mean, that's
or
the
that's best
defense
case
is
scenario.
I'm just a pervert.
I mean, but they may have known about it. Does not look better for the jury to have like his 7 kids there?
I don't know.
Big time Family Guy.
That they're in on it?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what, Jay, I don't know what, if I'm, a jury expert, which we know we have, dealt with before. Brian Petroni's one. He's good at reading juries.
For sure.
But, like, that's an interesting question is, like, does it show the jury a sense of solidarity, or does it show the jury that you're subjecting your very young children, 15, 16, 17, to really disturbing stuff? Like you almost can't win, right?
Well, the last couple examples we've had of it have resulted in guilties. Trump had all the people coming in with the blue suits and the red ties during the one trial. He was found guilty on all 34 counts. Then you had Hunter Biden going in on the gun trial, and Jill Biden was there the whole time. He was found guilty on those charges. So who knows whether this is good or bad.
And I think R. Kelly had his family in there.
We know how that went.
I don't think Weinstein has any family.
He's there alone in the cold courtroom by himself. I don't know.
There's
there's six of one, half dozen of the other stuff here. I don't think there's a right answer here.
Now, is this his mother?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Mom, please don't come.
Listen, Seth.
Mom, please don't come.
I'll tell you this right now.
Boy.
If you or Danny or Steven got trumped up on some stuff like this, I'm telling you right now, you would be like, Arlene does not need to come to this event. Even though she might be able to read it on the newspaper, hear it on TV.
No, my mom would be there.
My mom would be too, no matter what I said.
My mom would be there too, and she would,
probably yelling out, "That my son didn't pee on anybody."
That's right.
My little fleet didn't
She
do that.
wanted it.
My little fleetness didn't do that.
They just have a dude to lift her out of the car so she doesn't have to step down.
Yeah. See, there comes a point where that's a little bit of a kind of an unnecessary dog and pony show, isn't it?
Yeah.
So before I get back into the TMZ thing, I had it here. Damn it, I had it, Lummy. Where the male escort testimony.
Yeah, it was.
And I had it there, and I was gonna read it before we got into.
It's in one of those tabs.
Yeah, it's in one of these tabs. I think is it this one here?
Go up a little higher, maybe.
I know that hundreds line up for a chance to watch the sex trafficking trial of P. Diddy Combs.
Oh,
people were.
Oh, sorry. No, I was going to say, Bubba, the whole timeline's right to your left, and it's set at 4:26 yesterday. Daughters leave courtroom during graphic testimony.
Oh. Anyway, people, one line sitter, they go in there at night, and they can only, I forget, there's a very little, people are selling their spots for $300. People are selling their spots for $300.
I sent you. It looks like it might be a different article, but it's his testimony. If that's what you're going for.
Yes, and I had it.
Cause it talks about how much you got paid for sex.
Yes, that's exactly.
But it's a different website. But it's
okay. Let me get to. I had it somewhere. Somehow I lost it. Sean P. Diddy Combs' trial escalated on Monday afternoon after Daniel Phillip, a 41-year-old male escort, was called to the witness stand in an extreme graphic testimony that lasted about an hour. Phillips was questioned by lead prosecutors about his sexual encounters with Combs and his then girlfriend Cassandra Ventura from about 2012 to 2014, according to Phillips. So, TMZ kind of, I didn't say gloss over the male escort's testimony, but here's some stuff that they didn't get into. According to Phillips, he was paid between $700 and $6,000 on several occasions to have sex with Ventura as Combs watched and masturbated. Huh. And on more than one session, he witnessed Combs physically abuse. Listen, here's Jay. This is bad. So this is the male escort, and he says on more than one occasion he witnessed Combs physically abusing Cassie, and in one incident was given the drug MDMA.
You mean people were given ecstasy at a freak-off party? That's unbelievable.
Phillips
come on.
Phillips was also Phillips was first pulled into Combs' orbit when he was working as a manager of a male review show in Manhattan around 2012. One night, his boss asked if he would go to the some park hotel for a bachelorette party, but none of his dancers were available. Philip believed he would arrive at the hotel, perform a striptease for a group of young women or a group of women. Instead, Ventura opened the door to her hotel room and asked if he was okay engaging with just her. Man, Lummy, I'd be like, hell yeah, till I saw P. Diddy over there whacking it. Ventura opened the door, and it was Ventura who was expected to testify against Combs later this week. By the way, she's hitting the stand later this week. Has accused Combs of feeding her drugs and forcing her to engage into sex acts with male escorts. She's also accused of him physically assaulting her. As Philip remembers, Ventura was wearing lingerie, high heels, sunglasses, and told him it was her birthday and her husband arranged a special gift for her. She immediately handed him a few $1,000s. Combs was in the room. Ventura asked Philip to rub baby oil on her and give her a massage and assured him that Combs was not gay and would not touch him. Philip did not immediately recognize Combs as he was clad in a white robe with a bandana covering his face. What is he, a bank robber? Philip and Ventura touched each other and eventually began having sexual intercourse. Combs sat in the chair in the corner in the hotel room masturbating. At one point, Philip realized who the man was when Combs spoke, and he recognized his voice. After a short time, Ventura handed Philip another few $1,000s in cash and sent him on.
So who handed the cash?
Ventura.
Oh, not Diddy?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, who met him at the door?
Ventura.
Oh, not Diddy?
She took his phone number. Oh, she took his phone number. A few minutes later, after he had left the hotel, Philip received a text message from Ventura asking him to send a picture of his penis and to come back to the room. He obliged. And for another few hours, they rubbed baby oil on each other and had sex as Combs masturbated. Again.
Was that same day?
Same night.
Who sent that text?
She did.
Oh.
Philip would continue to engage in sexual relations with Ventura and Combs. So this time it looks like it's a threesome at hotels across. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess it says at hotels across Manhattan and at each other's private residencies. Sometimes Phillips would send Ventura vulgar texts like "I want to F you right now," and sometimes he would send text to ask if she was good. He cannot recall Ventura ever responding to texts. Phillips said each time they met with Ventura and Combs, there were candles and bottles of baby oil, Astroglide lubricant. On one occasion, Combs directed Philip and Ventura to do a role-playing exercise and we weren't very good at all at that, he said. Combs would then tell Philip and Ventura to rub more baby oil on each other and would instruct Philip where he wanted him to ejaculate. He would always sit in the corner masturbating, Philip said of Combs.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, this is
the whole story. He's in the corner, man.
I mean, I know. I mean, like, this is, hold on. This
Holy
is,
hell.
No one puts baby in the corner, but P. Diddy wants to be put in the corner.
This is, and Seth, this is day one.
Jeez, man.
Then Combs would switch places with him to engage in sexual intercourse with Ventura. On one occasion, Ventura asked him to urinate. Hold on.
Wait a minute.
Hold on. Ventura asked him to urinate on her. Rarely did they use condoms. Philip said these encounters would last anywhere from 1 to 10 hours. I can't do anything for 10 hours.
I don't want to surf for 10 hours.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I don't want to eat for 10 hours. After he would have sex with Ventura, she would go into the bedroom with Combs and leave. Phillips waiting outside on the couch for hours. Sometimes they would come back and tell him to leave. Other times they would bring him back into the bedroom for another round of intercourse. Phillips said Combs videotaped him having sex with Ventura once or twice on a cell phone and camcorder. One time, Philip pretended to ejaculate after Combs instructed him to ejaculate inside of Ventura.
Oh.
By the way, I'm reading a news story, so this is news that I'm reading. After Combs brought Ventura into the bedroom, he repeatedly questioned Philip if he was sure that he had finished. The interactions became more intense after Combs took photographs of Phillip's driver's license and said it was just for insurance, just in case. I understood it to be that he was threatening me, Phillip said of Combs. Many of his blah, blah, blah. On one instance, Combs allegedly offered Phillip MDMA or Molly, which made Phillip feel physically sick and nauseous, but euphoric. Phillip left the night with a wad of cash and still was under the influence, began roaming the city, went into the middle of Times Squares, and handed out every single dollar that Combs gave him.
Wow.
Man, that was some good Molly. Can you imagine me? You and I are just out in Times Square just looking around, and here comes some dude.
Some jacked up dude.
Gives us $100, $200 and said, hey, I just blasted P. Diddy's girlfriend.
He's all covered in baby oil.
Yeah. Like, listen, we don't judge. He didn't care about the money Ventura and Combs gave him, saying it was exciting to be around famous people. I never asked them for a single dollar. At certain points, Phillip said he began witnessing Combs physically abusing Ventura. One time he saw Combs throw a glass bottle at Ventura's direction, then hit her and drug her by the hair into another room. She was screaming, and he pulled her into the bedroom. I could hear what sounded like to be slapping. She was screaming, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Phillip said of Combs to Ventura, bitch, when I tell you to come, you come now, not later.
That's the testimony right there. That's what hurts. That's not good.
I was shocked. It came out of nowhere. I was terrified. I didn't know what to do. When Phillips was asked why he didn't intervene or call the police, in my mind, if I tried to do something, I might lose my life. My thoughts were Combs was somebody with unlimited power. My life was at risk. Again, this is all not good for Combs, because you could argue, Jay, that he is powerful enough to get you wiped out.
Well, and you could argue everything was consensual up to the point where he saw him beat her.
Right. Exactly.
And then everything changed right here.
After he started witnessing the abuse, Phillip had difficulty staying hard in the presence of Combs.
That wasn't the MDMA?
I mean, Seth, I'm just reading it, my friend.
Lord,
man.
He had no problem with the strange man sitting in the corner masturbating.
No, but when he went,
and then that drew the line for him.
Once or twice, Combs gave him a Cialis, which treats erectile dysfunction. Phillip said that on occasions he could not perform sexually, and he was sometimes not paid. Phillip detailed another incident at a hotel where he heard screaming and slapping of noises from behind the bedroom doors. Combs then vacated the hotel, leaving Phillip alone with Ventura. According to Phillip, Ventura jumped into his lap and began crying and kissing him, which she had not done before in the previous encounters. Phillip asked Ventura why she was staying in an abusive relationship, and she insisted that she was okay, but two of them began having sex, and Phillip did not have trouble performing then. While they had intercourse, they noticed Combs sneaking back into the room to watch. He was a little sneaky. On one time at Ventura's home, Combs had invited another male sex worker who ended up getting into a verbal altercation with Combs after he accused him of looking at him during a threesome. Bitch, I told you not to look at me when I'm blasting your wife.
Wait, who looked at whom?
It said one time at Ventura's house, which is the girl, Combs had invited another male sex worker who ended up getting into a verbal altercation with Combs after he accused him of looking at him during a threesome. I told you not to look at me when I'm blasting Cassie.
That's right.
Man. Phillip was never paid for sex before meeting Combs and Ventura, and he has not been paid for sex since the last encounter, sometimes between late 13 and early 14. When asked why he continued to meet up with Combs and Ventura, he told the courtroom that he considered Ventura a friend and wanted to check up on her. Plus, he feared that if an aggravated Combs, he might be in danger. Combs' trial kicked off. It's blah, 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 blah. So on Monday, prosecutors also brought up to the stand a security guard who witnessed Combs' alleged assault on Ventura at the Intercontinental Hotel. A video of the incident has loomed large over the trial as CNN published surveillance footage in May of 2024. Variants of the footage were played were played for the jury as evidence. So the jury, Jay, has seen the video.
The video. And it ties in, just like Seth said. And so you could have two ways you listen to that male escort. You can say, okay, he's a credible guy, or you can say he's just given testimony that's consistent with the video. He's now saying, oh, no, it was in a hotel, and I heard him beating behind closed doors. And so if I were defending it, I would say, of course that's what he's going to say. He never said that till he saw the video. And now that he's seen the video and he knows what the defense is, that's what he's going to say. Prosecution's going to say, no, this is a guy who engaged in consensual sexual behavior, although it may be deviant, until it got to the point where it was physical. And then he watched it, and he was afraid for himself. He feared for himself, just like Casey feared for herself. And so, I mean, it's a toss-up, man.
And of that, I think I believe the latter. He's one of the most powerful men in New York City that can get things done, and and he's got a picture of your driver's license and where you live, and if you don't do what he wants, he knows people.
He's got ways.
Back to wrap all this up next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
She gave you the money, and she texted
She's
you.
the
And
one that did seem like she was enjoying herself.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Did she take your clothes off? Did she put the baby oil on you? Did she? That's what the transcripts are.
Yeah.
So.
And like the rebuttal to that is, yeah, until I saw him beat her.
Where did the money come from? Her hand.
Thomas J. Hamilton, Ed Clark. It's up to you two, Willies. Did we get a G-ball? Yeah, we got 1,000. Steve the Grumpy Old Man, Trip 21. How are you?
Diddy puts himself in the corner. Ray Jennings.
That's just weird. Tampa Rob 84, 52 months. Always gotta be in a corner. I just like sit like something.
In a prominent position at the bottom of the foot of the bed.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how about in the middle of the foot of the bed?
I was on the corner of the bed watching.
Gary's thumbnail on Rumble today was fucking awesome. Let me look.
Yeah.
Right, we're down here now.
Yeah.
But
it's good.
It's good.
Yeah, it is.
Look at that. Look at that right there.
Yep. That's what we'd like to see.
202. Ooh. Nice.
Yeah, yeah.
That's awesome.
I mean, we could be trending #1 right now.
Let's see here. There you go.
I mean, no, if it was live.
Yeah, it's gotta be. Well, scroll down a little bit. No, not #1. Shit. Yeah, those are all. None of those are live.
Yeah, but this is all 20.
That's what I'm saying. None of those are the live ones. Yep, there's us.
There it is.
Yeah, so we're #1 right now. We're #1 trending right now because all these are day.
Yeah.
So this was considered 23. So if you look at people that have hours, within hours, we're trending #1.
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome.
No, this guy might be higher than us. 236. Yeah, we're not #1. I got us at 3rd, 4th. No, these are all from 1 day ago.
I don't know who lives.
So Taylor, I'll say what, top 3?
Yeah.
Bless you.
Muffled.
That's what they're trying to
Muffled,
say.
Lemmy.
Muffler.
I don't know if it
Muffler.
flies.
All right, Rumble, we'll be back in 1 minute and 56 seconds. See if we can keep it at 7 Gs.
You know, Jonesy, I think.
I mean, what's been our best overall?
180. After the day, about 188.
No, was that we had more than that, didn't we?
For the day? Right after we got off live that one time, it was 188.
188,000 views?
Yeah.
I thought we did like 200 and something once.
I would have to look. I got 188. That was when we hit the 26,320.
Well, if we go like it's slow sledding on PayPal today, buddy. Tell you that right now.
Yeah.
Let's go like that. If we go Bubba Army and we go videos. Oops.
Hit live.
Live. All right, so let me see. 83,268. Remember? Right here.
Yeah.
268 is our
behind Pierce? That's pretty good. Is that Pierce Morgan's Rumble?
I don't know. That's ours.
No, the one Kanye West, is it? That's yours too?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, I mean, if we're at 202 now, we might.
We should break that.
We might.
Especially if we get that replay, Willie. That honky.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, Unsigned Band Thursdays.
If you or you know someone in an unsigned band, get off your ass and submit a demo to
show@BubbaArmyHQ.com.
This could be the big break you're looking for.
That's show@BubbaArmyHQ.com.
A stadium full of millions of listeners
could give you the break you're looking for.
Now back to the show.
Let me. Do you got a Wednesday? Do you got a Thursday gimmick?
Yes, I do.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Fantastic. I think one of the dudes were like on the YouTube gimmick we're sharing, we're revenue sharing because they don't think they fully whitelisted us.
I think that was last week's guy.
Yeah. Tell them, hey, get your act together there, buddy.
Hey, come on. We'll work on it.
Gonna finish out the TMZ review and then we're done. We got 4 minutes left, about a 4-minute video here. Here we go.
Because this was not something she really wanted to do, and that Diddy was. There's the
and Jay. We have a very well decorated and accomplished trial attorney here, Jay Diaco, who has defended me, one of my dream team guys. And Jay, I could see this going either way right now.
Mm-hmm.
Could you?
Well, this is supposed to be yes, but this is when it's supposed to be as good as it gets for the prosecution. And so if you're already thinking reasonable doubt, wait till the defense case gets going.
Coercion that the government needs to show the jury. So.
But the third one is this interstate transportation of a sex worker, which doesn't require fraud, duress, or coercion. That's the one, in a way,
they kind of got him on.
Yeah,
because he's admitting that. He's admitting.
But you know what the issue?
And again, don't forget, Harvey Levin is an attorney.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget that.
The issue is, are these sex workers?
Right.
And that's going to be a big part of this, because if they are sex workers and the jury believes it, and they did cross state lines, he's going to have a tough time with that third charge.
But if they're just hookers, and when I guess it's going to be, Jay, how they testify, if they can find these girls to testify to say, and I don't know if any woman really wants to admit they're a hooker or not. Right?
Right.
So they may say, we're not hookers. He made us do this because we're at some other freak off and he had pictures of us. If they do that and it's their word against his word, he's done.
Yep. So the 2 counts of sex trafficking require coercion or duress, and then the 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution just requires that you prove it's a prostitute that traveled.
Right.
The argument they're going to make is these people, they were men.
And if they were paid, they're prostitutes.
That's a good point.
Yeah. We're not sex workers. That's going to, again, this is going to get.
Then the definition of what makes, and
what makes somebody a sex worker.
And is that, or one of those.
What makes you a sex worker? I think one of the things that makes you a sex worker is if you're compensated for it or not financially.
I would say it's a factor. Sex workers, one of the escorts, going to be testifying for the government saying, yes, I was a sex worker. If they have that.
Our information is that we know of at least one person who has been subpoenaed, who they say is a sex worker. This guy says he wasn't a sex worker, although concedes that he was in that room having freak-offs with Cassie.
Was he paid?
Right. As Diddy watched. So that, there are three very different charges here. And, they're all going to be kind of intermingled in terms of the testimony, but ultimately the jury is going to be told, look at this, here are the elements, look at this, here are the elements, and look at this, here are the elements.
By the way, just a couple quick things, a little bookkeeping. The jury that was finally seated this morning, 8 men, 4 women. Reportedly, the 8 men are split evenly, 4 men of color and 4 white men. And the women are all women of color.
Wouldn't you imagine, based on the pre-trial publicity, that there was more than one person who would testify that he was a prostitute or sex worker that's now saying maybe I wasn't a sex worker? I mean, that's the evidence on the counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. I thought there'd be like a lineup of a dozen of them.
Yeah, and where are the celebrity names and all of this I guess that probably wouldn't be on the criminal side of things. That's on the salacious
clearly
civil.
the United States government didn't feel like they had proof beyond a reasonable doubt to bring those cases.
Yeah.
So interesting. We'll see what that does. And we should also say Diddy's family, his kids were all there. I don't know if they're going to be there every day, but all of his kids, the twins, his sons were all there.
Beautiful kids.
That dude is jacked up. Look at security guy.
Oh, I know.
Holy crap.
It's like young Mike Tyson.
Jeez.
Beautiful family. Got an absolutely beautiful family.
And before court started today, he was in court reading a Bible.
Yes. And actually, I just saw a report that says that he has been at every opportunity reading that Bible while he's in court.
He needs to. And he needs to hope that something out of that Bible will help him.
Hi, it's Tasha from Brooklyn. And we've moved past the 6-pack of white women on the jury, and we've arrived at 8 men and 4 women. So I still think there's a big bias here, especially if the defense is...
Now, Jay, is a woman, is a man, regardless of ethnicity, and there's 8 of those, and there's 4 women, does this bode better? Can a man... I think a man can digest this stuff better than a woman can. And... I think that helps the defense, the makeup of the jury. 4 women, 8 men and 4 women.
I feel like
4 and 4 with guys of color and white, and then 4 African American women.
I feel like it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other, because you could get a reasonable person like Seth that finds this grotesque, or me. I've been. Had an office in Miami. I've been around a lot, seen a lot of things. This is reprehensible, and so if I were one of those 4 guys on the jury, I don't know the fact that I'm a man is going to be helpful to P. Diddy.
I don't
think the fact that Seth's a man is going to help.
Yeah, some
P.
of these
Diddy.
facts doesn't matter. Does gender means nothing?
I don't feel like it, because there's certain men that have a code of responsibility to themselves, or they won't do these types of things, and so it goes both ways.
Please, again, nearly 7,000 people on Rumble.
Yes.
Try to follow us. Begin following us. Like to get our following numbers up. Looks like we got our Rumble situation, Lummy, pretty much dialed in today. Was perfect.
Yes.
If you can tell Sarah, I said thank you so very much.
I will.
I know I bitch a lot, but my God, today was the best. And thank you for this opportunity. And I, look forward to continuing this situation. Clem Cush. Let's just go ahead and call it 40, Kush. Okay, buddy?
Sounds good.
All right. Jay, I appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Lummy, see ya.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
If you're wiring up, it's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.